Rolling up, I'm feeling fly, yeah, I'm so damn fresh. Got that platinum grill, bringing in the chest. Diamonds in my mouth, shining when I speak. That umbrella guy, flossing speaking geek. Ice on my teeth, I'm dripping so hard. Platinum grills, I'm the king of the boulevard. Throwing money in the club, making haters mad. I'm the baddest in the game, no one gets a pass. Ooh yeah. Crushing all these lines, yeah, I feel fly. Rolling on the dubs, that umbrella guy. Iced out flow on the boulevard. You ain't a comic gangster, don't be playing hard. Ice on my teeth, I'm flying so high. Dropping the bass, that umbrella guy. One drill to rule them all, one drill to bind them. Baby, I'm so iced out, gonna blind them. Rolling in town, I'm an army of one. Doing verbal walk-bys, blazing like the sun. Riding in my whip, crushing false accusers. Dropping off the bass on the real abusers. Yeah. Living life fast, no time for the slow. Justice on my mind, stacking up on that flow. Life in the fast lane, no time to blink. Ice on my teeth, watch it when I speak. Chillin' on my rhymes, never missing a beat. Ice on my teeth, yeah, I'm living that sweet. That umbrella guy, bringing the platinum heat. Crushing.
All right, what's up? Coming Megan out in the desert today. What's up, Megan?
I'm out in the desert. I'm at the. I took a break from the pool party to be here. The pool party is about to get underway in the next half hour. We're having a breadstick pool party out back at my parents' house here in Scottsdale. It's going to be great fun.
That's a crazy thing to watch. I thought I was telling you earlier, we haven't talked since all of that came up. I was telling you it was funny watching this morning, I was surprised. I was actually surprised you all got as good a signal as you did, considering you were out in the middle of BFE,
oh,
man.
God. It started out pretty rough. We had some technical difficulties right off the bat, which you have to, look, we've never worked with a media van before. We've never done any of this. And so, it was the first time there were going to be snags. And Dave and I decided to just simul-stream one stream. That was just the easiest thing to do. And it was so great. There was a caterer there, Tug. A caterer brought breadsticks and a vodka sauce to dip them in. They were delicious, by the way. She also brought like a chicken pasta and some beautiful salad. It was lovely. We had a tent. People really came together to make it amazing. We were in the parking lot. The first thing that was crazy, Tug? There was an entire tactical team there with dogs sweeping the entire area, sniffing people.
I saw y'all mention police. I didn't realize it was that heavy.
Oh yeah, it was insane. There were at least 7 to 8 tactical SWAT team officers, bomb squad, sweeping through. I asked the sergeant in charge because he came over to tell us where we needed to be and etc. A very nice man. Sergeant McNair, I asked him, I said, is this normal? And he goes, no, we only do it for high profile cases. So, when they get media interest, they call in the extra security. But here's the crazy part. There were all these police officers, not just security, like court security, but an entire SWAT team. And David Gingras, who we found out is named Gingras.
Yeah, that was a shocker. That was probably the biggest shock today.
His name is Gingras. David Gingras called 911 on Mike Maricini. He didn't go to Sergeant McNair, who was literally there to help you. Like, he's in the hallway. You could just go to Sergeant McNair. He's a literal cop. Like, this is what he does for a living, right? And no, he called 911 on Michael Maricini.
But of course he did. But of course he did. You
was
knew he was going to do
terrible.
it. I mean, you knew he was going to do it, though, because
I know.
I'd love to understand the line between witness intimidation and what the fuck he did, because I can't personally see the difference.
Yeah, I'm actually really disappointed that the judge didn't have anything to say about that.
Yeah. Now, I know they have to take protective orders seriously. It's just the way all the threats he posted and everything else, he didn't contact law enforcement or let the other lawyer in this know, hey, this is the way it could play out. Now, he made public threats about it, so.
Yeah, and then the police came up to Mike in the hallway. People in the hallway were reporting to me that the police were, questioning him. It was so unnecessary. It was so unnecessary. He could have gone to court security. And I'm very disappointed that Judge Mata didn't reprimand him for that behavior. He shouldn't have called 911. He had all the resources he needed in the courtroom.
I actually was kind of disappointed that the judge didn't shut Gangris down. I mean, if he can call himself Gingras, I can call him Gangris. I mean, but I was surprised. I was surprised they let him argue his last minute. Because he came in and tried to argue stuff that she'd already decided on before the trial ever started.
She just sat there letting him eat up his time.
Yeah,
and then
I was just
denied
like,
it again.
Yeah, I was just like, why even hear it? I'd have been like, shut up. Well, I've already told you what to do. Sit down, boy.
He's a dummy. I don't know. But did you see he has a new blog post?
I haven't yet. Oh, my God.
Oh, go pull it up and archive it right now so that you can read it later. You're going to want to read this.
Oh, my God.
Trust me, Tug, you're going to want to read this. It is something.
All right. I'm like, thank you for the content, my very dumb. He was like, by the way, if there's a decision, I won't be available, Judge.
I know. Well, by the way, I will say his first paragraph is the first thing he's ever written that I agree with. He was basically complaining that 2 hours is, in his words, and I quote, fucking bullshit. I agree with him. 2 hours is not enough time. It is not enough time. He likened it to a New Year's Eve party that ends at 10 o'clock. I agree, 100%. I was hoping, because it looked like Judge Mata had cleared her schedule through the afternoon. There had been something on the docket at 11 and it got cleared off and she was free until 1:30. So she actually could have gone on longer, but she chose not to, which I think is a signal to me that she's read enough in this case that she doesn't need to hear anymore.
Yeah. She's probably, I got the feeling, like just from some of the commentary. And actually, one of the things, by the way, I feel like very much I need to give props for our video. I mean,
so good.
Yeah, Lauren did a great job.
Oh, she did amazing. And she had somebody, it was a real team effort. Like everybody kind of pulled together and tried to make this work out. Not only was there like a caterer showing up with food, but there was somebody who contacted Lauren from Scottsdale who was a videographer, and he had a bunch of equipment she didn't have. And he came in and volunteered to help her get it going. And he did. He's amazing. His name is Scott. And I got to know him a little bit, and we were like working as a team trying to get it working. It was stressful because the courtroom was not set up for media at all.
I mean, holy crap.
There were no outlets, Tug.
This image here, and by the way, I need to give a shout out to Shizzy, because Shizzy cleaned up the audio. I was working on it.
Shizzy Wiznut, good work, buddy.
Yeah, I was working on it. I was telling Meg, I was like, man, that audio, it's so low that to clean certain parts of it, it was like, usually I'll boost something like 150%. No, it was like 300, 400%. And you've got to chop it between every time she speaks. Otherwise you blow people's speakers out. So, I was like, man, I don't have time to do this. I started it.
The video was so clear. I mean,
it looks so good. And that wasn't Lauren's fault either. That was, that was a minor, even when she was given a.
Let me tell you whose fault it was. The reason why you can't hear Deandra is because she had to physically move away from the podium and to stand in front. Stand in front of Gingras because he was giving baseball signals to his client. He was signaling.
I saw that. So,
oh my God.
So that it was. We didn't get to see it at first. You were in there, but we got to see it after a hot minute.
Do you know the signal for safe that goes like you cross your arms? He did that. He did safe, and he also did like he touched his nose and ran down his arm. Then he was doing this, and He was also shaking his head no.
Yeah, he was telling her what answer to give. That was
Yep,
the first
yes, he
thing
was.
that we got to see. Like
Yes,
when,
he was.
yeah, and that should have been shut down by the judge right off the bat.
She
That
must not have seen it. She must not have seen it. Nobody saw it except for me. Like,
see, that's
I'm
wild.
watching it.
That needs
The
to.
audience
That
saw
honestly
it.
needs to be turned over to the judge. There should be a complaint made about that because,
Maybe.
yeah, I mean, he was flagrantly doing it.
And
you know?
at one point, Scott, who was running the camera, he didn't see that happening, and Gingras wasn't on the camera.
Yeah,
He wasn't in the shot. So I'm texting him going, get him in the shot. Get him in the shot because he's doing all this weird shit, right? And he did eventually get him in the shot. So you will see on the video, on the replay, there's plenty of times he does the timeout signal.
Yeah.
He's shaking his head. And if you notice, watch closely when this is happening. Greg Woodnick at one point looks at him and he immediately stops and he goes like this.
We're going to go over the stuff. I know you have a party, so I figure we'll talk, then we'll go over.
Yeah,
I appreciated
I
your...
have like 15 minutes and then I gotta go because the pool party is about to start.
No, I appreciate your time, actually. I knew you had something coming up. It was funny. I was texted Megan. We were trying to figure out the time zone. I told her the wrong time zone. I was like,
so
next time, I don't know why we've never done it this way, but I should have been like, it's in an hour and 15 minutes. Like,
That's
whatever.
so much easier.
Yeah.
You told me what time, and I was like, no, that's like 8:30 your time. That can't be right.
Yeah, and then and then she adjusted it to her time zone, and I was like, "Well, we have a different time." I mean, it is such a freaking disaster.
It's a disaster, and Mountain Standard Time is tough too because my audience, a lot of them are on Eastern Time.
Some of these pictures, man.
Did you? So Alexandra, my cousin, who's never taken photographs before ever in her life,
Lost you. Lost you. She'll be back in a minute. She probably disconnected off of it. Yeah, you can see the pictures that Megan actually got in with this. There's quite a few of them there. There she is.
Whoops.
There you go.
Don't let me touch buttons. I'm bad at this.
That's
Okay,
right. Yeah,
that's
the
my
lesson
fault.
out of this. The lesson out of this is you don't need to be running the camera, right?
I know. So I gave it to Alex, and she really did an amazing job. She got like a tutorial on how to use the camera, and she was just taking pictures. Look at that picture. I mean,
Yeah, they're good.
They're so good.
They are. It's there's a couple of them. Actually, I liked her.
By the way, Laura was
like
she said she
one.
was too scared. She was so scared to be in the courtroom with Mike Maricini. And then she spent the majority of the time laughing and scoffing. Isn't that a good one?
Yeah.
My sister
it also shows
Deirdre
how unhealthy.
took that picture.
Look at the size,
so
man.
skinny.
I mean, she looks very unhealthy. Again, I'm not saying this to be a dick about it or anything. I'm saying like she looks like she might need some professional help with that.
She does not look well. She does not look well.
She doesn't act well either. So
no. And she did do that thing where every time somebody on the stand said something bad about her or that wasn't good for her case, her face started to melt and she would talk to her lawyer and look outraged. She doesn't have good control over her face. And he tried.
That's difficult for a lot of people.
Watch him while she's on the stand, because there's a couple of times where he does this. He goes like this, trying to calm her down.
Calm her down.
Down. Yeah, he's trying to calm her down. The time where she got all crocodile tears and said she couldn't go on anymore, there was a very quiet laugh in the courtroom. It was like a moment that everybody kind of laughed at the same time.
I saw that. Actually, when I was watching it, I was like, man, don't let her, because she was cracking up. That's what it was. You could tell it was getting to her. Like you could hear it from here. I'm sure in the courtroom you could really see it. But even from our vantage point, we could tell like it was getting to her. And I was hoping that they wouldn't let her have a break.
Well, and I can tell you that the gallery did nothing wrong. They were barely audible. In fact, it's so barely audible that you can't even hear it on the recording. It sounds like there's nothing happening. Except that
it happens.
Greg Woodnick turned around and went, stop. because he heard the snicker. But
Yeah.
all that happened was, and it was so quiet, the judge didn't even care. All that happened was Deandra was grilling her on her appointment with Dr. Higley. And she was saying, well, I made the appointment. And Deandra was saying, well, that's not the same thing. And that's totally different. And she goes, it's just a minor thing. And everybody
Yeah, minor perjury would I heard that minor perjury. I like the minor perjury moment. Yeah, I love that.
And that's why a bunch of people couldn't hold it in. And it wasn't a loud laugh. It was literally under their breath. A few people snickered. And then she started going off. I can't do this if the JFC crew is going to react. Nobody reacted other than that one moment. And it was very, very muffled.
It's fascinating considering the people in the gallery, they're just regular people anyway. And I mean, you see it in any trial. Like, people react. When there's a reaction where most people are in unison, the judge, they may say something about it, but they also read that,
Oh, the judge said, it's funny. The judge was way harder on her than on the gallery, because at the time the judge started to talk and Laura started talking over her. I can't do that. I can't.
Oh, you're breaking up.
No. Oh, sorry, I got a phone call. I got rid of it.
Okay.
The judge looked at her and said, "Oh no, I'm still talking. You be quiet." And then she looked at the gallery and she said, "And to the gallery, let's try to keep your comments to a minimum." I've never heard a judge say that in my life. She didn't even she didn't scold anyone. She was like, let's just keep the commentary to a minimum.
I liked the live updates. I like the live updates from inside, but you and Dave, hosting outside, was doing really well, to be honest. So I wish we could have gotten a person that could have gone in. And one thing I do like, they started picking up your updates and they were reading them on stream.
I still haven't watched it back. But yeah, I did a Google Doc for Dave. So I was giving him live updates as I was in the courtroom with reactions from people. There was one really funny moment where an officer standing next to me, he audibly gasped when Greg Woodnick turned and he said, "Did you have penile vaginal sex with this woman?" And he pointed at her. And the cop next to me went like this. He went, and then afterwards, he came up to me and he goes, "Where can I see this on YouTube?"
Oh, no. Well, I mean, it was wild. I mean, they called Clayton an ARPist. They went that way, and they went
so
hard
upsetting.
at it. Yeah, it was disgusting.
Listen, by the way, this is a little tidbit that I wanted to tell you. So this is a funny story. Dave's media van, it's like an RV, right? Well, he wasn't getting into town until 8:45 the night before the trial. And I said, "Dave, you're never going to be able to get out to where you need to go to get that van and then get back and then set up and then test your stream. No way, you'll be up all night, man. I'll go get it for you." And so I went out and I went to this place in, hey, hold on one second, Tug.
Yeah, the one thing I said yesterday, by the way, on the van, I was like, I hope it doesn't say anything on the side like free breadsticks or anything,
No.
You're like,
yeah,
no.
So I take this, I go all the way out to some godforsaken middle of the desert place in Arizona. You have no idea. It was like Mad Max. Doug, you've never seen anything like it. There were people in dune buggies everywhere. And there were no paved roads. I'm driving my dad's
That's like Oklahoma, man. I'm telling you. When I moved out there, I thought, I've seen rural, but at least we have mountains and stuff. It was just flat.
No paved roads. There were these sharp rocks in like a rocky road. I'm in my dad's fancy SUV and I'm like, I'm doing 5 miles an hour over this terrain because I said to my sister, I'm like, oh my God, if we pop a tire, Dad is going to absolutely kill us, and she was like, oh my God, Megan, avoid that rock. We're trying to avoid these rocks. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell kind of place did he rent this van from? There's video of me on Locals by Sorry, Brad keeps calling me. I need to tell him to stop so I
Brad,
can
quit
get through
calling.
this. I'm so sorry. Brad,
No,
stop.
it's
He doesn't know that I'm here.
that's
He
fine.
must
Brad,
not
quit
know that I'm on
calling
here.
you monster. It's fine.
But yeah, so I get there though to this place. It's literally, Tug, when I tell you it's in the middle of the desert, all that's nearby are trailers and guys on bikes in 110-degree heat. I mean, you've never seen anything like this. But it was like a really nice house with like a big rental company in the middle of nowhere. So I get the van, and I'm driving and I'm white knuckling it all the way back because this thing is huge. You can't see behind you. And I've told Dave, I'm like, don't worry, Dave. I drove a full-size van when that's how I learned how to drive. And I'm just like, dear Jesus, please let me not hit anything. But then I get it back to his place, and he was staying at Clayton's Airbnb. And I get there, I drop off the van. I'm not there for 5 minutes, and I turn around, and who's coming up the walkway? Clayton Echard himself. Tug. He looks exactly like that cartoon character Gaston in Beauty and the Beast. I kid you not.
He's a pretty guy, man. He's buff and everything. I was like, damn, why couldn't I hit that genetic lottery?
So you're like what, 6'4"? He's about 6'4", maybe 6'5".
Yeah, I'm right at 6'5", without shoes and stuff, like 6'4", 6'5", yeah. Mm-hmm.
I cannot describe how large this man's arms are. They're both as big as my thighs, which is pretty big. Like, this man is huge. I don't think I've seen a man this big in a while. And he has 2 brothers, and one of his brothers came to court with him, who's also approximately the same size. These are huge men, NFL-sized men. It was overwhelming how large this guy was, and also very sweet. What a nice guy. He came to his Airbnb to bring some coffee and some detergent he was afraid he didn't have in the house. So sweet. But he was super nervous, and it was a little strange that, like, here's all these people partying in his house the night before this terrible thing,
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's got a lot of strength. I met his parents today. Super nice people. They were sitting in front of me in court. They have 3 boys.
So did he come across like he does in interviews?
Yeah.
You get that feeling from people. I thought, well, that just seems like him. Yeah.
Very kind, very sweet. Like, he was worried that the people renting his Airbnb wouldn't have laundry detergent and coffee. So he brought it over, and they were like offering him drinks, and he was like, no, thank you. Like, he was just so sweet. And I just, he was under a lot of stress and pressure. And I feel for these guys. I met Greg Gillespie and Michael Maricini. They sat next to us in court. They're here with their wives. Greg was disappointed he didn't get to testify. I was disappointed
that was such a
for him.
That was such a sham. That's the problem. Like you were saying, the one thing I will agree with, like an hour to present your entire case is garbage.
It's not enough.
That's not justice, is what it is. It's very
it's
unjust.
not enough. It's not enough. So it's not good. But I mean, those were the rules, and Judge Mata just decided she wasn't going to give any more time. What I think Greg's concerned about is that he believes that his order of protection doesn't allow him to speak other than under oath. And I hope that's not the case. And I'm hoping to look at it to see if that is the case, because it seems to me that she can't take away his First Amendment right to speak about his experience. But he's very worried that if he does, she's going to go after him.
If he doesn't mind, like, again, if you have that order of protection, if you shoot at I've seen plenty of them too. If a few of us look at it again, it won't go public, obviously, unless
I want to look at it. I want to look at it again.
I'd like to read it. Typically,
I will get that. Yeah.
Order of protections are dangerous like that, though, because I've seen people violated for liking posts from another person or even monitoring their social media activity and that being proven. So they can go pretty far depending on what the wording is,
All right, hold on. Tug, I gotta go.
Okay. Yeah, you're fine. You go.
All right.
Fine. I appreciate it.
All right, talk to you later.
Yeah. All right, we're going to cover a couple of items there, and then we're going to look at this. Typically, I don't care to stream when other people are streaming. Like today, typically, I would have streamed this thing live and looked at it. But first of all, I stream with Megan. You know, I like Megan, but I like Dave. Like over the time, I haven't gotten close like a Megan has, but I appreciate Dave being with this thing since jump. This has been, it's obviously Clayton's case, but it became Dave's case too, because he was dragged in and still may be dragged in. I mean, who knows who they may try to drag in. You know, he was talking about that earlier, and he was saying, you know, there was a real fear of him being served while they were out there. Maybe fear is the wrong word, but I mean, it's still, you would be nervous because you know, if somebody's pointing law enforcement at you, you never know exactly how that's going to go. And I mean, there was, I'll say concern is probably the best way. You know, they were talking about it. And what was crazy is during the I'm going to say the pre-show because I mean, what else can I call it? But during all the pre-show, they started discussing that. They were talking about all these cops, and then the image goes dark. So everybody was like, "Oh my God, did the cops come and take them out?" You know, and it was wild. Oh man, like I said, I'm gonna play the cleanup. I'm gonna give Shizzy props with this. I'm sure they'll go over it too. I haven't to see, but I appreciate them cleaning up the audio here. I'm sure everybody will look at it, but like I said, I didn't want to live stream over the other. You know, I do a night show. Give me 1 second. I'm grabbing my water. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just walking across the room and grab my water. I got a Coke in front of me, and I'm like, no, I need some water. So this trial, even with an hour, they worked in quite a bit of stuff. And one of the interesting features toward the end, when Clayton Echard takes the stand, they're trying to shove in everything they can and present it. And that stuff, it hits hard. Bam, 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 because they're trying to work it in. And there is no counter to it. You know, that is the last word. Clayton Echard is the last word. Now, unfortunately, we did not get to hear from the other people that she, quote unquote, allegedly, I'm putting my alleged still there. We'll see what what the judge says about this. But they made a strong case. The other thing that really stood out to me is the expert witness, because the expert witness, it's a complaint that I've had about expert witnesses forever. And I imagine a lot of you have that too. Essentially, a good expert witness, they may be needed or necessary for something, but oftentimes they're brought in and they're very expensive, essentially mouthpieces with degrees. You get that feel in this case. This is a person that is brought in to say whatever. So let's check this out here. I think this is again, it's fascinating stuff. I really liked the camera setup too. Again, there will be portions of this, unless they've been cut out here, where you'll have, you're going to have certain things come up on, like this, for example. You're going to have no signal, but the sound will still be there. Again, Lauren, here's her by the way, Lethal Lauren 904. Somebody should link her channel too, if you would, in the chat, please. That would be really awesome if a mod could do that. This was her first try at it. I've watched many court cases, and most of them, they don't come anywhere close to the quality that we had here. So she did a fabulous job with this. She was worried about it. She was apologizing in her chat. And I was like, you don't have anything to apologize for. She did a great job. You know, this popped off. And I want to mention one other thing that's happening right now. So there was another case that came up today. And I'm mentioning this because this is wild, and this case is taking up all of that. So you have Young Thug, you have the trial going on with them. Apparently the the attorney for Young Thug was actually taken into custody by the court and held in contempt today. So while you have all this playing out, you have another courtroom that's absolutely insane too. I mean, today has been just a wild day in different trials. I'll probably pull that and talk about it in another live stream. But let's check this out together. Man, we've been waiting for this. Let me make sure the closed captions are on. Let's do this. Let's see. Where's the judge command? Okay, there we are.
Be seated, please. Good morning, everyone. This is the time set in FC 2023-052-114. Appearances, please, beginning first with Petitioner's Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Gingras on behalf of Laura Owens. Ms. Owens is present with me in court today, along with...
That was one of the biggest surprises, by the way, of the whole thing. I don't know, right when we start out, it was like Gingras, everybody been laughing at him and making fun of his name, and he never bothered to correct any of us this whole time and be like, no, my name's Gingras. I was like, I was leaning more towards Gangras. That was the way that I thought his name went, but it was Gingras. Interesting.
Her mother and our medical expert, Dr. Michael Mitchell.
Good morning to you all, and from the respondent, please.
Good morning, Judge. Greg Woodnick. I'm here from Clayton Echard. Also with me is my co-counsel, Angelina and Isabel Ranney.
Good morning to all of you. Is that by chance our expert, maybe? Oh, no, I wasn't talking to the media. You're fine. I was talking to Layla. All right. So, counsels, I know
Now, the judge also does a good thing. If you've never watched a lot of trials, the judge is actually very nice with the media being there, the media presence. Typically, with a trial like this, you wouldn't have a media present. See, that's a fascinating statement, too. When you get into a quote-unquote paternity battle, when something, quote-unquote, involved or involves children, just by default, that normally has certain protections to it. You don't see these kind of things pop up. So for this to have a media element was really fascinating as a decision. And the judge, I've seen, I mean, by and far, most judges are pretty stern. Now, she's a no-nonsense judge, which is good. But she was I thought, very friendly and actually nice, understood that there's a lot of media attention on this. And also, I mean, again, seemed to understand how this trial has been looked at by the outside world.
we discussed in chambers whether the rule is going to be invoked or not. What did we decide?
We're not invoking it. We're good.
Okay. All right. So then, as I told the parties, that extends your time by 5 minutes. Each party will be given 50 minutes. We will take a 10-minute break roughly halfway through. I allow 10 minutes for technical difficulties because they just happen to everybody. Are either counsel using a laptop that may kick you out on Wi-Fi?
Now, that's what Megan was saying, that's kind of unfair in trials and many trials. You know, it's not just this trial, but so many trials, they have a time limit. You know, a lot of people do not understand that. You have X amount of time to present your entire case in. And Clayton's case, it's complex. You know, you got to remember the 50 minutes isn't just your witnesses out there. This is where a lot of people mess up too. You have to plan your entire strategy. How are you going to go in? How are you going to cross people? What exactly are you going to ask? And it's wasted by Laura Owens' camp because they had to go in and they had to all they have is their expert witness. That's the only person they have to go to. So they had to burn a lot of time actually sitting on that. But I mean, 50 minutes is not a lot of time at all. Like imagine taking everything we have talked about for months and months and trying to condense this down where you make a point, a hard hitting one, and do it in 50 minutes. You lost a lot of stuff. Like in the fringes, you lost again It was brought up, Mike Mancini, Greg Gillespie, that stuff was brought up, but they didn't get to speak. That is a travesty in so many ways. Anyway.
All right, so that won't be an issue then this morning. And then the additional 10 minutes has now been absorbed into the party's time. Counsel, I note that you wish to make a record before we begin. Did you wish to make that now?
I do, Your Honor, as quickly as I possibly can.
Okay.
So we object to Mr. Michael Maricini being called as a witness. There are two bases for this objection. The first is non-disclosure. I raised this before in a motion in limine, the court would remember. I don't think the court had all the facts at that time, and I don't know that I had an opportunity to present them. So I just want to briefly explain what the basis is for the non-disclosure objection. I got involved in this case on March 25th, 2024. 2 days after that, Mr. Woodnick served a second supplementary disclosure statement. That was the first time that Mr. Maricini was identified as a witness. The entire disclosure was a single sentence long, and I'll read it. This witness is expected to testify about his prior interactions with the petitioner, her 2 alleged pregnancies during their relationship, and the subsequent litigation. That was the entirety of the disclosure as to Mr. Maricini. As I would in any case, Your Honor, once I got a copy of the file, I started to investigate, and I reached out to the contact person listed for Mr. Maricini, who was a lawyer in California named Randy Sue Pollock. I spoke to Ms. Pollock. She expressed extreme surprise. She had never heard of this case. She had never heard of Mr. Woodnick. She had no idea why I was calling her. I told her that her client had been listed as a witness and that I wanted to know if he was going to come to trial or not. If he was, I may want to speak to him. I wanted to depose him. She said that she would get back to me and let me know. She sent me an email the next day, dated April 19th, which I have a copy of, and I'll put it into the record if Your Honor would allow. She said to me in writing, "My client will not be testifying," referring to Mr. Maricini. I thought, great, one less person, one less time issue to deal with. That remained my understanding until the morning of April 30th, when I received a new disclosure from Mr. Woodnick that totally changed the landscape. This was the first time that I had heard that there was an issue of fake medical records with Mr. Maricini and my client in California some 8 years ago. That's why I, literally within an hour of seeing that information, I filed an emergency motion for a court hearing. The court unfortunately took 2.5 weeks and then denied that. So I was not given an opportunity to explain the problem. Here we are, Your Honor, the morning of trial. I still don't know what Mr. Maricini can say. That is the complete violation of Rule 49. The whole purpose of the disclosure rules is to avoid surprise. And yet here we are, surprised, waiting to see what he's going to say. That's improper. The second issue, Your Honor.
It's actually, in my opinion, improper to have this right here, period. Now, Greg Woodnick's answer to this is going to be beautiful. He's going to hit it hard. But the reason this is improper, it's already been ruled on. So he's arguing something that's already been decided. And the judge is going to make the right call on that. But you still, you plant these ideas in people's heads. You try to discredit. It doesn't matter if the ruling goes for you or not. You're still putting out there that if Mike Maricini, he's mentioned or anything else, that there was some improper procedure to anything. Again, this even coming up and being argued, I personally felt like this should have been just stomped on. There should have been we've already decided this. Let's get on with the trial instead. But
deals with this California court restraining order. I think you have a copy of it. It's one of our trial exhibits. We have a court order from the state of California that prohibits Mr. Maricini from being 100 yards of Ms. Owens. He's in violation of it right now. There is no exception for court appearances. She is so terrified that she may not be able to sit here during this trial. Under the full faith and credit clause of the U.S. Constitution and also under federal law, this court is required to enforce that order as it is written. You can't change it. You can't modify it. You can't discard it. And yet here we are. So for those two reasons, I would ask the court to exclude Mr. Maricini.
Thank you.
now, one thing on that too, there was a lot of commentary about it. You got to remember one thing. As far as protective orders, whether or not we look at this protective order and say that is a bunch of garbage, courts do indeed need to make sure that people that are supposed to be victims, if it has been decided in another courtroom, they do need to make sure that they're safe. So this is one of the ugly things about a trial like this. When you look at something and you see so many elements misused, You know that they're being misused. And unfortunately, there are instances, again, where a person very much might try to get into a courtroom and do God knows what. It is fascinating to me, though, to hear these arguments, and yet we've seen many a trial where we've had, again, not comparing this case to another case, but just saying, as far as orders, we've seen serial killers and we've seen victims, that have escaped. They have to be in the same room. In fact, they went above and beyond in this. Oftentimes, you don't have police presence walking people out, walking them out in a specific order. So I do want courts to pay attention to that. On the other side, I feel what, I'm not going to say Gingras, what Gingras tried to do in this, I'm going to call him Tramp Stamp. That's easy. Never mess up your name if I go with that, right? The one thing, what he was doing, he was saying publicly that he was going to have this guy arrested if he showed up and did what he was supposed to do. A court was asking him to come in. So you could see like that aimed at a witness. I don't personally understand the line. Again, I'm not a lawyer here, but this would be a good question for a lawyer. Where exactly is the line with an element like this, with witness intimidation? And are they crossing that line? Because, somebody that could really add to a trial, especially, again, the Clayton Echard narrative to this. It's not just she did this to Clayton, but she did this to other people. Well, if those other people, and that involves a protective order too. Like Clayton's team is saying that she misused a protective order. And she's done it before. So for him to be able to go in and talk about that, you think about the duress that you would be under, not knowing if you go into a courtroom, you may well be arrested. You don't know how law enforcement ultimately is going to play out. You don't know what they're going to do. Anytime law enforcement gets involved, law enforcement is a big stick. It hits people, and yeah, that's dangerous. That's really dangerous. So anyway, continuing. Now listen to the answer. I think it's so concise in its way.
Response?
Do it in 30 seconds, Judge. Number one, you already ruled on this. And number two,
you already
there's
ruled
a lack of transparency in the comments because number one, Your Honor already saw Mr. Maricini's correspondence to Mr. Gingras as to why he didn't want to talk to him. And number two, Mr. Maricini is here and is available, and certainly Mr. Gingras could have walked out in the hallway and talked to him, but instead he called 911.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just very briefly, the whole point here is I wanted to talk to Mr. Maricini. I wanted to interview him either informally, which I would do in any case, or depose him if he wouldn't participate. I couldn't do that because I didn't have contact information from him, and his attorney told me he wasn't coming. So somebody lied to me. I don't know who it was, but I don't care. The disclosure rules require him to disclose everything to me so that I'm not surprised. That was not done. He shouldn't be allowed to testify.
Thank you. Okay.
I was surprised how this played out, so I called the cops. Think about that. Really think about what's being said there. And you had an army of law enforcement. They're coming in, they're checking for. You've got to think of the narrative that presents. And we have seen this happen before. People that are in the wrong, especially false accuser females, they weaponize every social structure imaginable. It's insane. And that is not a statement like, there are terrible men out there as well, for sure. But it's insane how well they're able to manipulate that system. It's just, I wondered for real if Maricini was going to be arrested. And, if I'm wondering that as a viewer, Think about him being in this situation. I mean, it took some stones to go in there and actually set that up. So continuing.
Okay. The court did previously rule on this. My ruling will stand, but I appreciate the record. So at this point, counsel, on your client's behalf, how many people will be testifying, and are they in the courtroom right now?
We have 3, and they are all here.
Do we have the expert available virtually? Okay. And then counsel, from your perspective, which witnesses are you calling, and are they all here?
We have Mr. Echard and Dr. Dean, my phone, Rebecca.
All right. All right. So what we're going to do at this time is we're going to swear everybody in. That gives the parties a little bit more time. So I'm going to have anyone who is being called as a witness, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. And I apologize, Dr. Deans, I can't see you, but if you would please raise your right hand.
You and each of you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Dr. Deans?
I do.
Thank you. All right. And counsel may or may not choose to make an opening statement. Just as a strategic method, sometimes attorneys choose to reserve their time for testimony and evidence. That being said, does either party wish to make an opening statement?
I do, Your Honor. I'll take about 15 seconds.
Okay, when you're
Your Honor, the file notwithstanding, I'm actually a fan of keeping things simple. I believe that simple is better. That means focusing on what matters and filtering out what does not matter. We're here on a petition to establish paternity. Unless I'm missing something, the only possible outcomes of that petition are that paternity is established or it is not. There's no baby in this case. There's nothing to establish. Our position is that the petition is moot, that the court can simply deny it, dismiss it, use whatever verbiage you want to. The only remaining issue is, I guess, this issue of Mr. Echard's request for a judgment of non-paternity. My position is he bears the burden of proving that. There's absolutely no evidence to support that. And Ms. Owens, at the end of the day, she was pregnant, Your Honor. The fact that she was pregnant negates everything else that you're about to hear. Whether she lied to an ex-boyfriend 8 years ago has
See, you notice that right there. They're going to admit to more lies. That's going to be a fascinating thing. But their whole argument is she made these claims in good faith. That's the only thing that will get her out of this, honestly. And if she's put into the jackpot, depending on how this is ruled, you know, if this goes in Clayton's favor and they overturn the order of protection, like, you think about what doors all of this stuff opens up. So what the only thing that they can try here, like, she's going to lie about some big things too. The Planned Parenthood, you know, the sonogram thing, for example. I want you to pay close attention to this when it comes up too. It'll be in a little bit. But she's going to change that story again on the stand. She's going to say it's not an anonymous name that she went under and got these services. Now she went under a fake name. And when she's pressed about that, when she's actually asked about turning over records, she flat out says that she didn't do that. She flat out admits that she did not cooperate with subpoenas. Why? Because she said that her anonymity, she felt she was allowed that, I guess, over judge's orders or anything else, which is just it's astounding. Because when she takes this stand, she flouts this. She, like I said, she changes narratives, however it'll suit. Oh, and you can see also in this, you can see the obsession with Dave Neal. Dave Neal, I'm going to say, you know, that I think they, no matter what, it is not over for Dave Neal. They're going to come after Dave Neal. It doesn't matter what will be decided. They will still come after him because it will become a payback thing. You know, I've seen interest before from lawyers. I've had that in my direction in trial before, but I've never seen people so obsessed with what seems like individual payback. And like I say, I want you to pay attention to all of those items as we roll forward here.
nothing to do with whether she was pregnant last year. Nothing. It does affect credibility, but as you're about to hear from our medical expert, there's objective proof of pregnancy that does not require relying on her credibility. That's simple. So we would like the court to dismiss, deny the petition.
You like that argument?
There's no basis for fees. There's no fee request in front of you right now. So I guess you could offer some guidance on what the court would do in the future, but there is no sanctions request to grant. There's no fee motion.
You like that argument, though? Yeah, she may not be credible. She may be a liar, but that doesn't matter because she was pregnant. She went in with good faith. So you have to assume from somebody that just told you does not have credibility that they approached this thing in good faith.
Counsel, did you wish to make an opening statement?
Generally, no, but today, yes. Judge, we stand by our pretrial statement in detail as verified by Mr. Becker. I'll remind the court that the court not only has the establishment of paternity matter, which was filed woefully inappropriately, as you'll hear today, and as you know from prior pleadings in this matter, but we've got the collateral protective order proceedings, orders of protection related to that Your Honor indicated we already watched or we're watching the videos related. That's all before the court today, and Your Honor has authority to make the findings today that the petition was filed in bad faith, that there was pervasive fraud on this court in multiple proceedings, and that attorney's fees and sanctions can be ordered in this matter.
Yes, you notice they brought up pervasive fraud. Another element that's going to be brought up in this, and it's something that I forget about, but this became a big talking point with another person, with Trevor Bauer, is blackmail. Now, Gingras is going to say that the $1.4 million demand, this trial will, if that right there, that wasn't a blackmail attempt. That was an attempt to go in and settle the case. That was totally legal, Your Honor. I mean, it's amazing when you see that stuff. Again, I'm pointing these items out because I want you to catch all of that because it is just so wild. I couldn't believe like some of this. I can't believe also we'll lose him for a while, but the stuff he does in here, it's just, like I said, it is wild to see.
All right, so now we'll begin. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I was going to call.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so as witnesses come up to the witness stand, you can bring water with you. The exhibits will be displayed for you. Please let us know if you can't see it. And counsels, you should each be made a presenter when it's your turn, but if you haven't, let Layla know.
Judge, are you keeping time, and what's our time?
Yeah, sure. Petitioners at 4 minutes, 34 seconds. Respondents at 1 minute, 11 seconds.
Thank you.
So look, they've already burned 4.5 minutes. Gingras has. You talk about time management. If you've got 50 minutes plus 10 minutes added in for quote unquote technical difficulties. So essentially you have an hour and they've already burned almost 5 minutes. While, and when you burn all your time, a lot of people don't understand too. That means, like, if you wanted to cross-examine, you want to ask somebody questions, you can't. You run out of time, you're out of time. It's just, it's crazy. It becomes a weird clock management game. That kind of disturbs me because that doesn't seem like justice to me, but hey, what do I know, right?
When you're ready.
Your Honor, call Laura Owens.
All right.
Laura Owens taking the stand first. I mean, look at her arms. Again, I don't mean this this is one that I do not mean this in a hateful or negative way whatsoever to make fun of somebody. I actually find it very concerning when you see someone that they appear very unhealthy. And on top of that, she's trying to make this is a maneuver in the courtroom too. They're going to bring up the pictures of when she was quote unquote pregnant. Her pictures where she's trying to show off her belly and more. You see how she's dressed now? She's dressed in black to slim down, and it makes her look gaunt. It makes her look thin. And that is part of their strategy. They want her to appear that way. Because if they do, again, their argument is, look, Your Honor, I mean, look at this extreme, gain versus the extreme loss that we're seeing. This has to be the result of pregnancy. But it's still, I mean, when you look at her, she seems very unhealthy just seeing it there.
Laura, how are you feeling?
Nervous.
Okay. Just breathe and we'll get through this really quick, okay? Lori, we've talked about the timeline of events, and I want to just really quickly run through. When did you first meet Mr. Echard?
May the 17th, I believe we connected on LinkedIn.
Okay. And were you intimate with him at some point?
Yes.
What day was that?
May 20th.
At some point after you were intimate with him, did you test positive for pregnancy?
Yes.
You remember the first time that happened?
It was the evening of May 31st.
Okay. After you tested positive the first time, did you do anything to confirm the pregnancy?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Banner Health Urgent Care the next day and I took a test there.
Isn't that wild, by the way? Like 11 days. 11 days.
On June 1st?
Yes.
If you can look at the screen in front of you, it says Exhibit 2. That's actually the wrong number. But that's a printout of the positive pregnancy test you received from Banner
Yes.
on June 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And after you got the second positive test, what did you do?
I told Mr. Echard.
All right. Did you go see him at some point to talk about it?
Yes.
What day was that?
June 17th.
When you went over to his house, I understand?
Yes.
When you showed up at his house, did he ask you to take a pregnancy test?
He did.
Did you know in advance that he was going to give you that test?
I did not.
Did you take the test in front of him?
Yes, I did.
Did he actually watch you pee on a stick?
Yes, he did.
What was the result of that?
It was positive.
Now, they mentioned the watching peeing on a stick. You'll notice that's going to be something like pay attention throughout the trial on what's said about quote unquote watching and actually seeing the test transpire.
After you had the third test that was positive with him, did he send you an email at some point to talk about the situation?
Yes.
All right, looking at the screen in front of you, is this the email that Mr. Echard sent you on, it looks like June 21st?
Yes.
The third paragraph down has some highlighted text, and I'll just read it. Considering you only performed oral sex on me and no vaginal penetration occurred, the chances of you being pregnant seem considerably low. Although, again, maybe rubbing up against one another allowed a sperm to make its way inside you. It's a very low probability. Nevertheless, it is one. First of all, Clayton wrote that to you. Yes?
Yes.
And did you have conversations with him where he told you that he thought you were pregnant?
Yes.
Is that verbal conversations or text or email or all three?
All three.
Okay. Moving right along. After you got this email on, and I'll move to admit, Your Honor, Petitioner's Exhibit A2.
Any objections? A2 is received.
After the email of June 21st, what happened next in terms of your proceeding to verify the pregnancy?
I took additional tests.
Did you have a sonogram done in California?
Yes, I did.
And where was that done?
Planned Parenthood.
And you understand, and I'm sure Mr. Woodnick will ask you about this.
So there's going to be a lot. Now pay attention to all the Planned Parenthood talk. Like this is fascinating because again, this narrative is going to change. It's going to change again in court, on the stand. I mean, it's just wild to see.
Planned Parenthood has not been able to verify that you were ever seen there. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yes. I went under a fake name when I went.
A fake name. You caught that, right? I went under a fake name. Now, why is that important? Because throughout all of this, the narrative has changed. The last time that we heard about this, the thing that they had gone with over and over again was that she had gone under an anonymous name. Now, they probably understand that providing services, you have to have somebody, you know, there has to be a way to record keep. It doesn't matter what kind of services you provide, you record keep. And in order to do that, you know, like a lot of mental health places, for example, you know, you have a secured, in Tennessee here, for example, you know, you have, everybody uses ECR, electronic care records. And through that, you have security features that you have to prove every year that you're utilizing. But still behind that, you keep real records. So now they've switched from anonymous to a fake name, which again is fascinating because that's saying records would have been identifiable if she would have turned over that name. Like, that takes it to even another level of insanity. I mean, you think about all the implications to that statement there. That's saying there are indeed records, but I would not cooperate with court orders, with the HIPAA releases. I actually wouldn't cooperate. Again, trying to rectify this, she changes the narrative again. And she digs a hole a little bit deeper.
There.
Okay. And you had a sonogram done. Did you ever present that sonogram as evidence in any court proceeding anywhere?
No.
We have obviously presented it in this case. But you've admitted already that you changed the name at the top or the location. Did you change the name at the top of the sonogram?
The location, yes.
Why did you do that?
I changed it because Mr. Echard was being threatening towards me, and I didn't want him to know where I had gone and try to track down my providers.
Okay.
Why? I don't even understand this argument, by the way. You had this done in the past. You're not going to return and utilize Planned Parenthood services. So why? Because he was upset about all of this stuff. He was, quote unquote, threatening. That's her word. I mean, we've seen the text there. He was upset. I don't blame him for being upset. I'd be fucking upset too. You know, it's amazing. You're supposed to sit on your hands and never be upset. Never. As the victim, especially as a male victim, you are never supposed to ever lose your cool. Otherwise, you end up with a protective order against you. Yeah, or worse, you end up in jail or more. But she won't allow him any proof of anything from go. And we know why. I mean, we know why that is. But it's crazy when you ask the why. Why would you do that, honestly?
After the Planned Parenthood sonogram, do you remember approximately what date that was? I know you signed a declaration, I think it said July 2nd, and then there may be a conflict. Do you remember what date that was?
It was actually the end of June.
Okay. Were you in California both weekends? Is that what the confusion was?
Yes.
All right. After the sonogram in California, around July 23rd, did something happen in terms of you passing tissue or anything like that?
Yes.
Can you explain briefly what happened on July 23rd?
Yeah. I wasn't having any symptoms at all, but I did pass tissue that looked like it could have potentially been a miscarriage. I'm not sure if you're going to pull that up or if I was looking for something.
I'll wait.
Okay. Yeah. It looked like it could potentially be miscarriage tissue, but I wasn't sure.
Did you seek any medical care after July 23rd, after the tissue passed?
Yes.
Related to that?
Yes.
What did you do?
I texted a hotline for pregnancy and miscarriage questions, and I also did an appointment with a telemedicine doctor as well.
Okay, and what did they tell?
Video visit.
I'm sorry, what did they tell you?
They
Back on
Hold on 1 second. Overruled.
Go ahead.
Oh, that means to go ahead. Okay. What was the question? What did they tell me?
Yeah, what information did they give you, if any?
They told me that I needed to monitor myself, but that they felt like unless I had more symptoms, I didn't need to worry that it was a miscarriage.
Okay, and after July 23rd, did you take any other pregnancy?
That's also a problem for her, just to be honest, because they're trying to explain why she didn't seek help. You know, if she has all of these medical conditions, she's high risk. She has this problem. And again, we're not talking about somebody who, first of all, doesn't have the means to go and seek medical help. And also, there's a difference. Like me, I don't like to go to the doctor. I'm sure many of you are like that. But you're not talking about just consideration for yourself. I mean, if you're talking about bringing another life in, and there's a question because of high risk or potential high risk, I mean, again, it opens up more questions. But they've got to answer this specific ways in order to make the narrative that they present actually make any sort of sense whatsoever.
Yes, shortly after that date.
Yes, I did.
What date?
I believe the 27th and then also August 1st before I filed this case.
Okay, so the day that you filed, before you filed this case, how many pregnancy tests did you have?
5.
So you had one on May 31st. You had one on June 1st at Banner. You had another one on June 17th with Clayton. You took one. I have my notes say July 25th, but I think you just testified a little day or two differently. August 1st also. So 5 positive tests before you filed this case.
Yes.
Did you have any negative tests before you filed this case?
No.
Laura, Clayton has argued. Let me go back to the night of May 20th. You have, in your deposition, you said that Clayton actually.
This is going to get nasty right here. They had to work this in, and this is the poison pill. This is something that bothers me in so many trials like this because, with a poison pill here, this is the way you try to destroy somebody and you try to make it last.
Actually had sexual intercourse with you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And was that true?
Yes.
Did you tell him that night that you did not want to have sex?
Yes.
And did he honor that request?
No.
Laura, you've heard Clayton argue at various places in this case that you were trying to trap him in some way by what happened here. Can you explain, if you were trying to trap him, why did you tell him that you didn't want to have sex?
Objection leading.
I wasn't trying to trap him.
Hold on 1 second.
Sorry.
Sustained.
Okay. But you never, that first night with Clayton, you never said to him, let's do it all night long or anything like that.
No.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you tell Clayton that you wanted to have sex that night?
No.
Laura, let's switch very quickly. Actually, let's go back to our timeline. After you filed the case on August 1, did you do anything in terms of DNA testing to verify the pregnancy and verify that Clayton was the father?
Yes.
What did you do to verify that?
We took a test. Well, I paid for a test in August at RavGen, which was the lab that he chose to conduct the test. And I paid for it, and he did not schedule his part of the test.
So, according to my notes, August 15th was the RavGen initial booking for $725 you paid. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Leading.
What date did you initially book the RavGen test for?
August 15th,
And what did you pay for it?
$725.
Okay. And why didn't that test go forward, or did it go forward?
Clayton did not schedule his part of the test.
Okay, so you had to cancel?
Yes.
You eventually successfully complete the testing.
Yes.
What was the result of that?
It was inconclusive, little to no fetal DNA.
Okay. Do you remember when that result came back?
I believe we took the test September 28th, so shortly thereafter.
All right. After the RavGen results came back, did you have any further pregnancy tests?
Yes.
Do you remember the date, when and where that happened?
Yeah. It was October the 16th, I believe. And it was at any lab test now.
And was that a quantitative test? Did it involve a blood draw?
It was a blood draw, yes.
And do you remember the results of that test?
It still showed that I was pregnant.
At some point, did you eventually learn that you were no longer pregnant?
Yes.
What date did that happen?
November 15th, I believe.
And was that go to a facility called Mom Doc?
Yes.
And you take, how many, did they give you a pregnancy test then?
Yes.
More than one test?
They just gave me one test.
And the results were both negative.
Yes.
After you learned that you were no longer pregnant November 14th, did you file anything further in this case?
No.
What was your intent? If we go back to the any lab test now, October 16th, you filed a...
So you see how bare bones they make this too. Oh, well, you had these pregnancy tests. You thought all of this was in good faith. And then later on, you have this incident where you pass something. You contact a hotline, and you also contact a telemed provider. After that, and they work forward. And again, they leave out so much. They bare bones this thing because the insanity and ugliness. You know what you don't hear, for example, is media. This makes it sound like somebody privately had discussions with Clayton Echard. And privately throughout the discussions, all of this transpired. And that is not what happened. It's wild to have seen everything that's presented. And again, then just see this stream of very minimal presentation.
Request for mediation 2 days after that, correct?
Correct.
What was your intent in doing that?
I wanted to dismiss the case. I wanted to go over the test results.
Did you did you know how to dismiss the case?
No.
So you were making an effort to let Clayton know that you thought the pregnancy was probably ending badly and you wanted to drop the case.
Objection leading.
That
was very
Laura,
late.
let's switch topics briefly. Did Clayton ever lie to you about real estate contracts?
Yes.
Can you briefly
Okay, now they're going to go after his character. What they want to do here, they can't dirty him up in anything that really happened as far as pregnancy. So what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to go after him as a realtor, which is fascinating considering they want to leave out anything that doesn't connect to their specific A to B to C, and yet they bring this thing in that, I mean, why would you not want to deal with her? Like Clayton says, he didn't think, she's not being serious there. I mean, if you look at this, again, the allegations are this person has targeted and tried to ruin me. They're stalking me. They're sending me, this was something I had not heard. You realize he said that she utilized 13 different phone numbers to contact him. Wrote him over 500 messages / emails. The 13 numbers, though, I mean, that's wild. So, their whole argument of, well, he lied to her. Yeah, he's treating it like she's not there for good faith to buy. She's not trying to buy any real estate. She's trying to wreck his life.
explain what happened with that?
Yeah. I first met him as a realtor, and I had him make 2 offers on 2 different properties on the same day, and found out he never submitted those offers. But I signed them
When were the offers submitted?
May 24th,
And when did you find out that Clayton didn't send them to the seller?
May 25th, because they were only good for 24 hours.
So he lied to you and said that he had sent offers in that he didn't.
Correct.
Objection argumentative and objection relevant.
Goes to,
Overruled.
go ahead.
Correct.
At some point, did you file a complaint against Clayton with the real estate board?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a response from the board regarding your complaint?
Yes.
What was that response?
They found him in professional violation of a couple of things, but I can't remember what they were.
Laura, that issue with the real estate contracts happened before you tested positive for pregnancy, if I'm understanding the timeline correctly. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever learn why Clayton did not submit those offers, or why he said he didn't?
He said I didn't because he said I had no intention of purchasing real estate.
Did you have an intention of purchasing real estate?
Yes.
Did you wind up purchasing real estate?
Yes.
Let's talk about proof of pregnancy again. So did you take a photo of the test that you took on May 31st?
Yes, I did.
All right. I think attached, if you saw that, yeah, you saw that.
Yeah, I still have the exhibit.
So attached to this email are a couple of photos here. One's right there. Day 11, it says, is this a photograph that you took?
Yes, day 11 is one I took. And I believe the one above is one Clayton took.
Oh, okay. So the one that says day 11 is a photo that you took, and you sent that to Clayton at or around that time?
Yes.
And then the one above that is, it says day 21, and it also appears to show positive. And that's the test that Clayton gave you.
Yes.
And he sent that picture back to you.
Yeah, he took it right after the test at his place.
All right. And the test that you took at Banner and the results that you received there on June 1st, did you send that to Clayton?
Yes.
That's it's our exhibit A1, and I'll move to admit that one as well, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection to A1, Your Honor.
A1's received.
Okay, Laura, did you do, regarding the Banner test, the day 11 test, or the day 21 test, those 3 tests, did you do anything at all to tamper with the results of those tests?
No.
Did you take any drugs, hormones, or any substance at all to affect the outcome?
No.
Did you use someone else's urine to change the outcome?
No.
Laura, in Clayton's deposition, this exact issue came up about him giving you the test and wanting you to take it in front of him. And he testified, I'll just read from his deposition. Yeah, I wanted to make sure she didn't bring anything into the bathroom, but she couldn't pee right in front of me because she said she had stage fright. So I closed the door so she would be able to pee.
So you notice that, okay, like that is a thing that they did not add into the beginning of what it was saying. Like, took the test right in front of him, peed on a stick right in front of him. And then, now you're hearing, well, not really. because she didn't actually do that. And her answer, I mean, again, so check this out. Look at what she has to say about this.
Is that deposition testimony truthful?
I did have stage fright. He was right. I did tell him that, but I did pee in front of him because he insisted that I did that.
Okay. And when he sent you the email on July 19th, 2 days,
So the way they're trying to divert away from that is like, no. I did have stage fright. Oh, I did indeed. But he's lying. Apparently, anything that doesn't work toward is all a lie. Anything at all. It has to be. Because if she would have had the door closed there, well, then that brings in some type of question about whether or not she was truthful in it. And again, this is somebody, her own lawyer admits has lied about things. So, you can't trust her. Her credibility, well, it's damaged, but you have to believe, oh, look at these tests and look at how they were seen. So that's a big piece of this. It's something that gets skipped over really quickly. Oh, man. I mean, there's so many pieces of this.
June 19th, 2 days after you went to his house and took that third test in front of him, did he say anything at all about the fact that you closed the door and couldn't be in front of him?
No.
Okay. And Clayton, he obviously saw the first pregnancy test that you took. He saw the second one that you took, or the results of it anyway, and the third one that you took in front of him. If we go back to Exhibit A2, at the end of this email, Clayton says, at the very top of the page, he says, I say all this, and in the email, he talks about the fact he thought you might be on some medication that affected the results, I guess. But he says, at the top paragraph,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's taking information off of the potential piece of evidence that hasn't been admitted. He's giving quite a narrative.
That has been admitted.
Yeah, two's been received. If you look in the top left-hand corner, if there's a green sticker, that means it's been received.
My
If it's
apologies,
brown,
Jane.
it means it was declined. Go ahead, counsel.
Laura, the question I have for you regarding the first paragraph at the top of the page there, Clayton wrote, or the email says, this is why it's important for us to do the paternity test, because there's no question that if it comes back positive, it is mine. Did Clayton ever tell you that he wanted you to have a paternity test done?
Yes.
Did he ever say to you that if you didn't file this case that he would?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know how many times. A bunch of times.
At some point before you filed this case, did you hire a lawyer to help you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Bonnie Platter.
And she never appeared in any case for you, is my understanding. Is that right?
She never appeared.
Okay, but what did you have her do with regard to Clayton and the pregnancy issue?
I wanted to prevent filing a case publicly in court for both of our sakes. I didn't want it to be public and thought that we could come up with a parenting plan. If, in fact, the pregnancy was Clayton's, I thought we could come up with it on our own without having to involve the court.
Okay, so before you filed this case, you made an effort to work with him to get the test done privately without the court being involved.
Yes, and I hired the attorney. I said I would pay for it.
Did he hire anyone?
No.
To your knowledge? Laura, let's move forward to look at Exhibit A3, which, have you ever seen this before?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is the message in my patient portal for, I'm part of a domestic violence brain injury program at Barrow. And this is a conversation with my doctor there.
Okay, did you send this email? It looks like it's an email dated June 28th from you to a Dr. Glynis Zieman, Z-I-E-M-A-N. Did you write that email?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit exhibit, whatever that is. A3.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
A3 is received.
Laura, in this email at the very top there, you write to Dr. Zieman that you went to Planned Parenthood while in California, and you said they did a scan there, was confirmed that you were pregnant, and that they saw a sac. Does that refresh your recollection about the date that you went to see Planned Parenthood?
Yes.
And is the statement that you made to Dr. Zieman truthful?
Yes.
When you wrote that, did you know that anyone would ever see that in the light of day other than you and Dr. Zieman?
Nope. I had no idea.
Yeah, see, now they're trying to play well, it was potentially confidential communication. Therefore, she wasn't priming a narrative. And, it didn't necessarily have to be priming a narrative for the courtroom. See, this is where you get something that's kind of messed up, in my opinion. It's not just, 1 second. It's not just, I'm muting my phone. I had some messages coming through. It's not just a narrative that impacts the courtroom. It's a narrative, period. It's a narrative that I did have a sonogram, and you're presenting this to multiple medical providers. It doesn't matter if you thought that it was going to see the light of day or not. It's just part of this entire narrative. And the sonogram, what's fascinating is she argues, well, that's not really evidence that I presented in the case. No, but you presented this idea that this thing, and still presents, this thing is real. And a lot of providers aren't going to go in and doubt that you had a test done at a specific day. That's not something, you don't typically run across this. You don't run across people that just overtly lie, or allegedly overtly lie, I guess I should say, about something like that.
Okay. Okay. Can you explain why you changed the name at the top of the sonogram that we talked about before from Planned Parenthood? I don't know if you answered that before.
Yeah, I just didn't want Clayton to know where I had gone to get the sonogram because he had been intimidating before.
If the court can help me switch from my exhibits to Clayton's.
Sure, if you scroll down to where, yeah, that.
It doesn't, by the way, this is random, but you see the way the microphone is? If you're watching this like really small, when I was watching it on my phone, I was like, what the heck? It looks like a cutout of her mouth or something. I was like, what is going on there? What's happening there? It looks like one of those shock faces you'd use on a thumbnail or something.
Exactly. Now go all the way to the bottom. There should be an R. Keep going if you're able to.
Stop there. I don't see that.
Someone asked, how was Clayton intimidating? Because he didn't go with the narrative. Because he said that if this is a lie, that you will be held accountable. I'm paraphrasing. But he's somebody that is that intimidating, as in I'm threatening your life or anything? Absolutely not. But he actually had the stones, and he has the ability to back that. For once, she ran across somebody that you just couldn't steamroll. She almost did steamroll Echard too. Like, I don't want to minimize the impact like a Dave Neal had on telling public about things that were going on and about all the other people as well. I don't want to say, oh, all Dave Neal. Of course, many of you were not there. But you notice, Dave Neal, if it weren't for somebody making contact with folks like Megan Fox and other, like this just happened in this little bitty enclosure. Tiny little enclosure. The media won't talk about it at all. And that's typically how this stuff goes. She's controlled the narrative. Always. For once you had somebody that could actually fight back. They could. And even then, like, what happened when he made that statement? She worked to shut him down, to take away his ability to speak. Because if he spoke about this, that doesn't work out for her. It went against what she was presenting in the media. She was madder about the fact that he went in. If you watch the protective order, I think you should, especially if you've watched this and never seen that before. It's out there, uncut at all. I've also covered it in a live stream, but it's out there, totally uncut, so you can just look at it, judge for yourself. She was madder that he went out, and he had a very understandable reaction that he was like, it was a not the father moment. It was minimal compared to what we see on TV with like a Maury Povich moment. But it was something she couldn't control. A lot of this has been about control of a narrative.
Oh, right, it's tiny. I'm blind.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah,
And then share symbol.
yeah, got it. And we're gonna go. Yeah, okay. Oh, I want to see Clayton's exhibits though.
Yeah, you're gonna scroll all the way down.
Ah, respondents. Gotcha. Okay, Laura, looking at respondents exhibit 31. I don't know why that doesn't match. No, that's not it either. These are not the same as.
So what you want to do is, it may not be the exhibit numbers that the attorneys labeled it as being. Those are the court designations.
I'm looking for his exhibit 31.
All right, so if you look for his exhibit 31, that does show that it is.
This is why you get
exhibit
an extra
31.
10 minutes for a computer.
Exhibit 31 on his exhibit list is listed petitioner faking ultrasound. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a video. There we go. That's what I wanted to see right there. Laura, Clayton's exhibit 31 is appears to be an email from you to Clayton. It says ultrasound video proof. Clayton, here is my 100 billion% real ultrasound video. You recognize that?
It's not an email that I sent, but I've seen it since.
Okay. Well, you answered my question. Do you know first of all, what this exhibit shows? Do you know what it shows?
I do now.
Laura, assuming that what we're looking at
I
here
didn't
is
send it.
meant to be an email
Give it a
from
second.
you, did you send this to Clayton?
I did not.
Did you ever send Clayton an email with a ultrasound video attached to it?
I did not.
Do you have any idea why Clayton would think that you sent him an email like this?
Well, yeah, that has my signature on it.
Well, that's a fair statement. But you didn't send this. Do you know who did?
I have my suspicions, but I can't be.
No, let's hear it. I'd like to hear it.
I have a suspicion that an ex of mine sent this to Clayton.
Who? Which ex?
Greg Gillespie.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Look at this. Now, this is wild here. I mean, she points the finger at Greg Gillespie on the stand. Clayton says, the reason that I find so much of it, I know that this is from the same person. It's in the same communications. It's continuing the same communications that I've had with her. It didn't, it's a chain of communications. But she decides, instead of taking credit for that, again, she blames Greg Gillespie. Oh, it was an ex of mine. An ex somehow in the middle of all of this. I really think about this. In the middle of all of this, somehow Greg Gillespie has reached out and not only made contact with a Clayton Echard, according to her, but it's done so hacking and pretending to be her. Look at this next statement that she makes about Greg Gillespie. Look at this.
Okay. Why do you think Greg Gillespie sent this?
Because Greg has hacked my email before and has admitted to hacking other people's emails.
So Greg has hacked my email before, and he has admitted to hacking other people's emails as well. So again, I mean, that is so insane. It doesn't even make sense. Like why he would do this in any way, shape, or form. Like, what would be the motivation for him to go in and to send a message pretending to be her with a sonogram there? Like, you're going to tell me that they were in gaming? Like, there's two ways of going about this. Either Greg Gillespie had so much foresight that he knew how this was going to play out, or the more nefarious implication that is not stated, by the way. This is not stated, but if you think about it, it's either that or they were already planning to take her down. Like, that's insane. I didn't send it. Greg did, because he's a hacker.
Okay. So you're obviously under oath, under penalty of perjury. You did not send that email and you don't know who did.
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about going back to our exhibit A5. Got it. Whoops. So can you tell us what exhibit A5 is? Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a receipt well, it's an email, but does this reflect the RavGen that you talked about before?
Yes.
Okay, and that was August 15th that you made that payment?
Yes.
And then later on here at the bottom, you indicate, let's see here. Friday, this appears to be an email from you Friday, August 18th. Did you write that email?
Yes.
You send that to, well, it looks like to Clayton and also CC'd RavGen.
Yes.
It states here that unfortunately Clayton has refused to take the prenatal paternity test. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that the reason why the test didn't happen in mid-August?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit A5.
Objection? No objection, Your Honor.
A5's received.
Okay. Let's look at Clayton's Exhibit 9. Hopefully, there we go. Laura, do you recognize this exhibit, Exhibit 9?
Yes.
This appears to be an email from you to Clayton dated October 14th, 2023. And this is an email that you sent him?
Yes.
All right. In this email, first of all, you're saying some reference to a sonogram video, and you said it matches up with the still video that Dave sent me. I assume that we're talking about Dave.
Yes.
And
Dave
you told him
Neal.
this was not my ultrasound. I stand by that 100%. Did Dave Neal ever? Well, first of all, who's Dave Neal?
Dave Neal's a content creator.
And at some point, did Dave send you a sonogram video and ask if it was yours?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
I said it was not mine.
Did you ever have a sonogram video of any kind with Clayton?
All right, number one, if you see this thing in the front here, this is, again, Lauren did a great job with this. She's figuring things out on the go. This is her first try at this stuff. She does awesome. So you're going to have things like that. The image may pop off temporarily. That's not a big deal. Okay. Like I said, she did a fantastic job. Mad props to her. Number two on this, you notice anything that's helpful is real. Anything that isn't helpful is fake. And the Dave Neal thing is just fascinating because it's not, now there's an implication that, number one, Greg Gillespie, hacker. Number two, Dave Neal, somehow he's either sharing false information, he's come up with something, so he's the source, the root of all of these issues. When people ask, why do you live stream and keep up with every single bit? Why has he made a lot of videos on that? It documents the procedure all of this goes through. And luckily, he kept all of that stuff. Luckily he did, because otherwise, where exactly would we be?
No.
Do you ever send a sonogram video to anyone claiming that it showed the pregnancy with Clayton?
No.
If we go down to the second paragraph, Laura, I'm going to see if I can highlight here. And again, this is you talking. I can't highlight. The second sentence in the second paragraph, I'll read it. I think you were very, very high that night, and you forgot that when you were on top of you on your couch, you were begging me to let you put it in for 30 seconds, then 25, then 20, 15, 10, and I said no each time. Then I thought you were just fingering me, but you stuck it in briefly. First of all, you wrote those words to Clayton, right?
Yes.
And were those words accurate?
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Okay, so again, they just called him an ARPist yet again. She messes up in this, though, and I really hope when people discuss this case, this is one point that you hammer here, because if this were reversed, we would not hear the end of it, and it is a little thing about consent. She just said that Clayton, he was so high in that moment, he's not in control of his faculties. That's her allegation. He denies this, by the way. He's like, no, not that. But from her own statements, if this were reversed, what do you think Clayton would be called in this moment? He would definitely be called an ARPist. Because again, can't give consent. So her narrative, in order to put this together, is actually a horrible, horrible thing. Because she's saying, again, we're not talking about people that have known each other or anything else. They get together. Clayton says, it was a mistake. He actually says, he crossed a professional boundary, should have never happened, will never happen again. And that's the reason she kind of loses it. Or not kinda, but I mean, when you look at it and you look at her narrative there, and then, it's kind of strange too. Like, she's saying that guy and his eyes, this is tactless. I'm not going to be very descriptive about this, but she's saying that guy, she couldn't tell the difference between him using a finger and it's like, real what? Again, like this stuff. And then we have the letters afterwards that will be brought up. Megan noted this, where it talks about the letter that she sent saying, if you get back with me, it talks about tightness. I mean, I hate even discussing that stuff. It's so gross to talk about. It's also, I don't like getting into people's intimate moments if they were real. Like this kind of stuff, it's so, ugh. But it becomes part of this and an important part of it, because again, she's not just saying, in order to explain the pregnancy away, it went from dribbles perhaps to, well, actually you were way too high to remember what you were doing, but actually you did this thing. And look at what they say next.
That night on May 20th.
Yes.
When you sent this email to Clayton, did he ever respond back to you and deny that that's what happened?
No.
So a lack of response. And he's saying she sent hundreds of messages and whatnot too. I mean, you've seen some of it. Him not responding and denying this outright. That somehow implies that he's guilty of it. Like, that is insane. That's what they're using as evidence to say that he did it. Her own words, which has become a factor through pregnancy and everything else. Her own words, her own narrative. So, in the span of a few minutes, we've had Greg Gillespie's a hacker. Dave Neal, he fabricated things or he shopped them around. Clayton Echard, he's a liar. He actually did these things to me. And in just the span of a couple of minutes.
Let's talk now about the last positive test that you took. Here it says Exhibit A9, but that's not it. You went to any lab test now at some point, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And when did that happen?
On October 16th, I believe.
Okay. Why? Again, these aren't matching up. Are we on? Yeah, we're on his. That's fine. I need new glasses. There it is. Okay. So Laura, looking at Exhibit A9, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the results from the test I took at any lab test now.
And is it your understanding that result, it says 102H, is it your understanding that you were testing pregnant at still in mid-October 2023?
Yes.
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled. Be addressed in cross-examination.
So did you do anything at all to tamper with this test, take any drugs, inject yourself with anything at all to affect this?
No, I did not.
And this was a blood draw that came out of your arm?
Yes.
Did you supply them the blood yourself, or did a phlebotomist take it out of your arm?
A phlebotomist took it.
So 2 days after this is when you filed the request for mediation, I think, in this case, right?
Yes.
And after that date, you filed nothing further.
This was 2 days prior to when I filed for mediation.
Did you pretty much understand that when you got this test that was probably not going to be a viable pregnancy?
That it was probably not, yeah, but I still saw that it said anything over 4 was pregnant, so.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit A9.
No objection.
A9.
And A11 is going to be, can you tell us if you recognize what this is?
The records from Mom Doc.
Okay, and this is an OBGYN facility that you visited?
Yes.
And according to the date here, it says November 14th, 2023. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so this is when you went in and had a test done that came back negative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit A11 if we have.
No objection.
A11's received.
All right. Laura, let's look at Exhibit A6. Can you tell us what Exhibit A6 is?
Yes, that's me showing my pregnant stomach.
And when did you create that video? Do you know?
September the 19th.
Okay.
This is why, in my opinion, they would have her dress in all black and want to slim down, because it's part of their narrative. Look at the extreme weight loss. Has to be because of pregnancy. This has to be the proof there.
Let me see here. Your Honor, I'll move to admit A6.
No objection, Your Honor.
A6 is received.
And let's look at A7. It's a similar video. Did you take this video yourself, or it looks like you're obviously not
Yeah.
holding the camera, but what you put on?
Yeah, I put it on the stand. Yeah.
You took this video. Would you remember the date of this?
October the 9th.
Okay. I don't know if it showed anything there, but it's real short. Okay. Laura, between May 20th and November 14th, we've established November 14th.
People, by the way, there's a few people in the chat that said, and that proves nothing, and it doesn't. But you got to remember. You remember the protective order. Remember what the judge did in the protective order. The judge asked her to stand up, and when she stood up, he looked at her. She seemed to have some kind of a stomach there. She's claiming pregnancy. And what does he say? He says, "I'll take your word for it." He says that multiple times, in fact. I will take your word for it. So through the presentation of this, it embeds this idea. Now, one of the things that she's running into that's a little bit different there, the judge here, you're not dealing with a male judge right now. You're dealing with a female judge. A female judge that probably has a lot more understanding of a subject like this and actually understands a lot of records and more that are coming up. By the way, I will hit all super chats that come in. I thought about putting them up right at the time, but I figure we'll have a discussion. This will be, I've been trying to keep live streams at a certain time, but this is a big thing. I wanted people to be able to see this. There was an unadulterated source, so you could just look at the trial by itself and watch it. You could have watched Dave Neal and stuff. And like I said, I wanted to cover this at night. And actually, after I looked at it, I watched this already. Obviously, because I'm talking about what's going to come next. But I watched this play out live. I wanted to think about some of the things that came up. And I wanted to take the emotion out of it. It's still, some of it's like, it annoys me to see how it's put together. But I wanted to look at it as a legal strategy. Because what is left for Laura as a legal strategy? That's what you have to ask yourself. She has to, as her strategy, she has to minimize the story to bare bones. This is event A, B, C, D. Here's some proof. Look at this picture of me, and so on. She has to blame other people while minimizing any lies that she's told. She has to admit to certain ones because she's caught in it. Also, there's that, that test with there were two documents that came out. They talked about levels, and one of them was absolutely insane, and the other one was they were insane differences for level testing. She had to admit that she faked a document with that, but she only faked that to Dave Neal. Because Dave Neal's a monster too, according to her.
You were no longer pregnant. Did you experience any pregnancy symptoms?
Yes.
Can you explain what those symptoms were?
Yeah, I had very bad morning sickness and nausea, and my breasts were very tender.
Oh, God, that's what's wrong with me.
Remember how much you weighed when you went to see Mom Doc?
That's what's wrong with me. When I wake up in the morning, I feel like crap, and my breasts are tender. Oh, no, man. I didn't realize what's been happening. Those triplets.
I believe it was 121. Or, I'm sorry, no, not Mom Doc. I thought you were meaning in May. I was 133 at Mom Doc. I'm sorry about that.
So around the time that this was taken, your weight was 133. What do you weigh today?
91 pounds.
Would will you stand up and show the court and everyone what you look like now compared to the picture behind you?
See, this is the same thing. See, that's exactly what I told you they would do with that. You know, she would stand up. Hey, look at me. You know, because this proves what exactly? Like, this is frustrating too, because hey, we're doing the eye test. So if my lazy, overweight ass, and I am overweight now, again, COVID, it gave many people excuses to sit, including myself. But if my lazy ass finally motivates, and I have been walking, burning stuff slowly the right way, but 2 years from now, if I'm like, hey, look at those pictures back when, that wasn't laziness. That was because I was expecting. I mean, heck, I can stand up there and loudly and proudly celebrate it. I mean, but look at that. That's just so bizarre.
Come out from behind the screen there. And just do a little turn for us. Laura, that's enough. Thanks.
Posture's different too.
For the last time, were you pregnant with Clayton?
Yes.
Did you think that you were pregnant with Clayton?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to think that you weren't when you filed this
Are
case?
you pregnant Are you pregnant with Clayton? That's kind of weird, isn't it? So did you think you were pregnant? Yes. Were you pregnant with Clayton? Yes, he's in the audience now. My, how Clayton has grown.
Did you lie about being pregnant with Clayton?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Counsel, you've used 29 minutes and 30 seconds.
So almost 30
Your
minutes
Honor,
is gone.
Is it okay if I proceed from the podium? Will the court be able to hear me?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine.
Now, here, the volume is, just listen to how this goes. I mean, it is how it is. Well, we'll see how the correction on this does.
We have a media microphone on the podium, correct? Okay, all right. When you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Owens.
Good morning.
You understand that you're currently under oath and must testify truthfully today, correct?
Correct.
Much better,
You
actually.
understand the difference between the truth and the lie, right?
Obviously, yes.
And you would agree with me that fabricating or doctoring evidence is dishonest and unreasonable behavior, right?
Right.
And you're aware that lying under oath is a crime in the state of Arizona, correct?
Correct.
Shizzy Wiznut fixed this audio part right here, by the way. I was chopping it up. It's a lot of work to actually get the level straight. So props there, because you couldn't hear her at all before. I mean, the levels are terrible, you know, and the microphone that Laura Owens has is picking up the whole time, but you couldn't hear the other. And it was ridiculous, the reason Megan noted why that happened. You know, that's not a problem because of someone filming or the media mic or whatever. It was a mess. And one of the things that was happening that Megan noted, and you'll get to see this, you can't see it right now, but you have Gingras the entire time. He's shaking his head. He's sending signals. You get to see this. I mean, it's crazy when it starts.
And the reason I'm asking you these questions, Ms. Owens, is because I've cross-examined you before, right?
Right.
I cross-examined you in the injunction against harassment offenses on November 2nd of 2020, right?
Right.
And during that hearing, you'd recall that I gave you the opportunity to correct the record and come clean about any false information or testimony you may have provided, right?
Right.
And you told me you had nothing to correct, right?
Correct.
And then you proceeded to lie to the court.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You testified that you were 100% pregnant on November 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that you were 24 weeks pregnant specifically.
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at your exhibit A11, please.
She's got them in front
I
of
can see. Yeah.
Ms. Owens, this appointment that you attended at Mom Doc on November 14th of 2023 was 12 days after I cross-examined, right?
Correct.
And during that cross-examination, I pointed out that you had no legitimate medical records to support the pregnancy, right?
I mean, you said that, but I don't agree with it. No.
At this appointment, Ms. Owens, it was confirmed that you were not pregnant, correct?
Correct.
His mom doc records also indicate that you were diagnosed with PCOS, polycystic ovarian, right?
I've had that since I was 17, yes.
Now that's hard to understand there, but they're bringing up the diagnosis of cancer. And this is a very good point that she's making. She's saying, you know, right before you do this visit here, I pointed out when I talked to you about all of this, I pointed out that you have no records to substantiate your claims. And then suddenly you go in and you have these. You actually have this stuff done. And suddenly you're not pregnant anymore. You know, it's pointing out how suspect this is. And you know, to anyone that's looking, somebody that has not done any type of appointments, that has not actually gone in person, and then within 2 weeks, you know, they pop up and they suddenly do.
Okay. And you'll recall at the hearing on November 2nd, I questioned you about any physical health diagnosis that you had, right?
I don't remember, but if you say so, then yes.
You failed to testify that you had PCOS, right?
I can't say one way or the other if I did or didn't. I'll take your word for it, but it's not something that I live with daily.
You also failed to tell me that in 2016, doctors Chan and Yi diagnosed you with cancer and apparently one of your ovaries.
They did not.
Okay, so she's bringing up here, again, some of this will be harder to hear. It sounds much better still here because you can hear some of it. I mean, that's how low the sound was on that. But when we had our cross-examination, you were asked about any physical health ailments that you have. And you didn't disclose this at all, did you? And she's like, well, this isn't something that I actually have to live with daily. So, you know, ovarian cancer wasn't something, or whatever, diagnosis and all of this stuff that's brought up. She's going to deny the cancer item, by the way. She'll have discussions about that. But check this out.
So as you sit here today, you're denying that.
I will absolutely deny that happened.
Now, per what you reported, what you self-reported to the mom doctor, they listed a spontaneous abortion date of August 12th of 2023 at 8 weeks pregnant, correct?
They listed a lot of things that were inaccurate here. I never told them that I had an abortion that date.
Okay, well, spontaneous abortion, if I were to tell you, is a miscarriage. Do you agree with me that they listed a miscarriage date of August 12th of 2023 at 8 weeks pregnant?
That was fascinating. I didn't notice the statement that she made there either. She was like, I didn't have an abortion on August 12th. It's like, no, that's not what was said. It was a spontaneous, miscarriage. The narrative that they've been carrying. And she's like, no. They listed all kinds of things that are inaccurate. Like the fact that you had a miscarriage versus an abortion. That's a strange one to just have thrown in there. And I didn't even really catch the wording differential. It's like, oh, wait, is that a slip moment? When you're denying everything. So even Mom Doc, now think about this too. Even Mom Doc, the medical providers, they lied because they wrote down things that were not true. So if you're keeping record here, or if you're keeping score, now you have not only, again, Clayton, you have other people. I don't want to call it an ex, Greg Gillespie. You're going to have other people that she had relations with. You have people she sent emails or had communications with in Dave Neal. You have medical providers. I mean, again, the list just keeps getting longer and longer of those people. They either misrepresent or they out and out lie, according to her. It's fascinating, isn't it?
Yes, but I also never was pregnant in 2019, so I don't know where that came from.
And Ms. Owens, based on what you know about pregnancy as someone who's allegedly
2019, by the way, if they put that in there, that would be reported in some way, shape, or form. Now, if they got one item here that was a little off, here's another thing. If they're so unreliable, then how exactly can you use them for your evidentiary proceeding? Why did you trust them? If they were so unreliable about what they mentioned, why did you trust them just straight up to say no, not pregnant? No other need to follow that up? I mean, you have access to the documentation. You could have corrected many of these things, but it's fascinating. Oh, prior pregnancy, these dates, I don't know what you're talking about there. Never said that. Never said this other stuff. So I kept wondering, they are a pivotal piece of this for Laura Owens, but only if you pay attention to certain parts of it. She wants you to, again, it's just like with messages with Clayton and other things. She wants you to pay attention to certain sentences, certain items that are reported, but only pay attention to those, because if you pay attention to everything else, it becomes a problem.
You've been pregnant 3 or 4 times in the past. You miscarried at 8 weeks pregnant. That wouldn't line up with your alleged conception date with Mr. Echard.
I don't know, and I'm telling you, I never told them that I was 8 weeks pregnant and lost that on August 12th.
In your mom doc record, also in your deposition, self-reported that you passed 2 sacks which appeared to have a membrane, correct?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at what we marked as Exhibit 49, your deposition transcript.
The volume
Don't
will get better in
recall
a little bit.
sitting for a deposition on March 1st of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And your counsel at the time following that deposition was provided with a copy of this transcript as well as, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't take any opportunity to correct this transcript.
I actually didn't see it until you guys sent it to us. My former counsel never showed this to me. So
Okay. Well, you're aware that this has been marked.
So again, okay, so here's another one. Again, if you're just keeping track or keeping score of all the people that misrepresented or didn't share enough or whatever, now in here we have our former counsel. They also didn't do Laura right.
As a copy of your deposition transcript for March 1st of 2020, correct?
correct.
And this is a true and accurate copy of the transcript that you received, correct?
From your office, yes. I did not get one prior to that.
I move the petition of Exhibit 49, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Is that A or B, counsel? I apologize.
I guess it would be, Your Honor.
B49 is received.
Ms. Owens, during your deposition, specifically on page 149, lines 18 through 21, you testified that you started spotting, meaning you were having a light period in August or September, correct?
I wasn't having a light period. I didn't end up getting a period until November.
Well, in your
I
deposition,
said light spotting, but sorry. I said light spotting, but that wasn't a period.
in your deposition, 151, line 24, you claim you passed the 2 sacks appeared to have a membrane in September or October, correct?
Correct.
But in the mom doc records, you claim you passed the 2 sacks a few weeks after your alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood, right?
Several weeks after.
There's an inconsistency there, right?
Right. I wasn't sure what the date was.
No,
I'm curious about something else here too. So as far as periods are concerned, what is the date? Like, how long does it take after miscarriage to start having period? I read 4 to 6 weeks, but again, I'm not female. I don't know specifically on that. You know, because if she's not adopting the August date, if she's saying, you know, this was a date that proved to me totally that I wasn't pregnant anymore. You know, if we went with the 4 to 6 weeks, again, she'd have to adopt at least August, right? I mean, that's something else I was wondering about. Again, not a woman. I'm going to look at the comments while it's playing because I'm curious about that.
OBGYN, a qualified medical professional,
For
conducted an ultrasound, performed a physical examination, or performed a blood test to confirm your alleged pregnancy on or before August 1st of 2023, right?
Wrong.
Okay, let's talk about that. I suspected you would answer that this way. You claim that you had an alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood in Southern California, correct?
Correct.
And you testified during your deposition that the alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood was in Mission Viejo, California on July 7th.
Mhm. I did say it was there. That's where I was staying at the time in Mission Viejo.
While being examined by your attorney, Mr. Ingris, you said that you went to Planned Parenthood under a fake name,
Right.
But you didn't bother to provide our office the alleged name that you went to Planned Parenthood under, right?
Now, this is an important part here because this is confronting the narrative of the fake name with the sonogram. That's why I'm glad we can hear it a little bit better, and we can see a lot of the subtitling. She's actually being challenged on that idea. You know, and the fact that you didn't turn this over to us. So you're telling us that you went in, you had this ultrasound, you had this test done, and you were supposed to comply. You were supposed to turn over anything about it. And before, again, remember, she had said this was done under an anonymous name. So there would be no name to report. You just have to dig through whatever. But now it's a fake name, which would mean that there would be something that you could link records to. Much different. That is a much different narrative. And the narrative changes for a reason. Like I said, you have to have a way to pull up records. Every place keeps records. They have to. You know, it runs into funding, liability. There are so many rules that you have to follow, state, federal guidelines. You know, even if they don't advertise or keep something that's easily accessible, they have to keep records. So now she's saying there are indeed records. They would have been findable. They would have been something if she would have cooperated. I like that this is getting taken to task here.
Right?
Right.
And you knew that we were seeking your records from Planned Parenthood specifically because of the alleged ultrasound you had there, right?
Right.
So wouldn't it have made sense to provide our office with a copy or the name that you allegedly went to Planned Parenthood under?
I felt like the whole purpose of going to Planned Parenthood is to remain anonymous, and that's one of my protections.
So she just said that I didn't do this intentionally. I didn't turn over my records intentionally, even though I was ordered to do so, because I felt that one of the reasons that going to Planned Parenthood is anonymity. So she's now, again, this line right here is bad for her. Like if she's going to go in and try to sue, here's another problem she's going to have, like when she's saying she's going after people like Dave Neal. This is going to provide one hell of a problem for her. Because when she gets out of this, if she manages to get out of this, when you go into civil litigation, you already have all the blueprints laid out of everything that has been showcased here. Everything that people have seen. And you're going to say, I'm going to sue because somebody's they lied about me. They called me a liar. And you're telling them that you didn't cooperate with the court because you felt that you were above the court's decisions. Good fucking luck with that. I mean, this has it should have extreme ramifications in this case itself. Because again, she's telling the freaking judge, it doesn't matter. I decided what I was supposed to do here. But even if it doesn't, again, good luck taking that into civil court.
I want you to take a look at Exhibit 20. Is this a true and accurate picture of the ultrasound claim you received at Planned Parenthood in California in July of 2020?
That looks like it, yes.
I moved to Exhibit 28, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
P28 received.
And Ms.
It'll come back
Owens,
in a minute.
this ultrasound image does not say Planned Parenthood. It says SMIL, I'll call SMILE for today, correct?
Correct.
And in your deposition, you admitted you altered this ultrasound picture to say SMILE instead of Planned Parenthood, right?
Correct.
And you admitted in your deposition to altering this picture on the Adobe Acrobat program at your house, right?
Correct.
During the deposition, you testified that the date listed here of July 7th of 2023 was correct and hadn't been edited by you, right?
Correct.
But you later admit that you lied about this July 7th ultrasound date, right?
Correct.
And you execute an affidavit on April 16th of 2024, claiming the correct date for this already doctored ultrasound is actually July 2nd of 2020, correct?
Correct.
So I want to get this straight, Owens. You initially claimed you had an ultrasound at Planned Parenthood on July 7th, which you doctored to say it was from Smile, right?
Correct.
Then the story changes again, and you claim that the ultrasound image should actually be dated July 2nd of 2020, right?
Correct.
So you changed the date on the ultrasound from July 2nd to July 7th, correct?
Correct.
And you utilized this altered or fake ultrasound to try to convince Mr. Echard and the court and the media that you were pregnant with Mr. Echard's twins.
This was never submitted to the court.
You're aware that Planned Parenthood has no record of an ultrasound, correct?
Under my real name, yes, I'm aware.
Again, established, you didn't provide our office with the name of your alleged Planned Parenthood under, correct?
Correct.
You never attended an appointment with Planned Parenthood.
Yes, I did.
She just totally got called out there. And I mean, you think about it, there's even more to that too. But they're like, you went in, you altered this, you admitted it, right? Yes. You admit again that you altered this. Yes. Now, she's also, again, changed the narrative. It's not anonymous anymore. It's under a fake name. So you see her trying to hold on to this. And, I mean, she's flagrantly setting up here, flagrantly clinging to this idea that this stuff was real. This is where the good faith argument flies right out the window. Because the presentation of faked medical evidence, that's a huge obstacle for her to overcome. You know, if we're looking at that in a legal perspective. And she didn't just, she lied to everyone about it. But she lied to the guy that she's saying she was taking to court because she was looking out for the best interest of the child. Not for her. Remember, according to Gingras in his blogs that he wrote about this, she actually wasn't after money. She wasn't after anything else. She was just looking out for the best interest of this unborn child. I mean, it's wild when you think about it. It is wild that they keep trying to shop this fucking narrative to folks. They're moving.
This is a true and accurate copy of our request and response from Planned Parenthood regarding your records dated April 26, 2024, correct?
Correct. I don't believe I've seen this, but I have no idea.
And counsel, I'm so sorry. I'll stop the clock like I've done for the others. We're going to give you a microphone because as I anticipated, there was
they're
a
talking about the
problem
volume
picking
thing.
up.
So see, the volume thing was bad enough that even in the courtroom, they were like, it's not an issue for the
Work with what we
media
have,
mic.
right? All right, go ahead. Thank you.
I'll ask that a question one more time, Your Honor. Ms. Owens, Exhibit 29 is a copy of our request and the response from Planned Parenthood regarding your records dated April 26th of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Move for the admission of Exhibit 29, Your Honor.
Objection.
No objection.
229 is received.
And while you've indicated today that you went to Planned Parenthood under a fake name, this letter actually indicates that you had scheduled an appointment for July 2nd, but that you failed to attend.
Correct.
It also indicates that the ultrasound image that you claimed was from Planned Parenthood was not from Planned Parenthood because it was not consistent with ultrasound images generated by their practice, right?
Not by the one in Mission Viejo. Correct.
Ms. Owens, these are yes or no questions. This document states that the ultrasound image you you have claimed is from Planned Parenthood is not consistent with ultrasound images generated by their practice, right?
By that practice, but as they said, I could have been seen by another different entity.
Ms. Owens, you're well aware that this request covered all of Orange County and San Bernardino County.
It didn't cover Los Angeles, though.
So now you're saying you went to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles.
Yes.
So you're telling us you went to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles on the day of trial today.
Yes.
Okay. When did you go to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles?
Exactly when I said I went.
When was that?
July 2nd.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
I'd like to go back to the 2 sacks.
I mean, look at this. This is not like, surely everybody else has to be like, holy crap, you're kidding me. So she did have an appointment. She canceled the appointment on that day. There's no records. She sees the subpoena for all of the location there. She's like, well, that actually isn't the location. The location is Los Angeles. Wow. I mean, holy shit. Like this part, right? This is damning.
Passed. So again, in your deposition, you claimed you passed them in September or October, right?
Yes.
But then you changed the date and claimed that you passed these 2 sacks on July 23rd of 2020, right?
Right.
And you actually had an appointment scheduled with Dr. McCool, who you claimed is your high-risk perinatologist, for July 24th of 2020, right?
Right, that I canceled days prior.
Okay, so you canceled that appointment,
Days prior.
and you rescheduled it to August 7th, right?
Yes, if that's the date that I did.
So wouldn't you agree with me that for someone who has had miscarriages in the past and who has an alleged high-risk pregnancy, it would be prudent to attend an in-person appointment shortly after passing 2 sacks?
Well, that's why I asked the doctors online.
Oh, and these are yes or no questions.
I'm
You're looking at your attorney, but you need
Who's
to look at
shaking-
the question for me.
okay.
Okay,
Can you
you-
ask the question again?
You know, did you catch that right there? You can't see this on the screen, but you will in a few moments. You keep looking at your attorney. Laura messes up here and she says he keeps shaking. He's shaking his head. He's telling her what she needs to indicate. Like that's mental when you think about it. He's giving her instruction on how to answer. She just said that.
Wouldn't you agree that as someone who has a high-risk pregnancy that allegedly passed 2 sacks on July 23rd of 2023, it would have been important for you to see your high-risk perinatologist immediately after that happening?
Well, that's why I scheduled that's why I immediately contacted telemedicine. It was at night.
You contacted a telemed provider instead of attending the appointment with your high-risk perinatologist.
It had already been canceled days prior.
So you had 4 appointments scheduled with Dr. McCool that you never attended, right?
Correct.
And you intentionally failed to attend those appointments because all of those appointments would have resulted in a medical record that stated you were not pregnant, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained to the form of the question, but you can ask the question in a different way.
I'll move on here. During the November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA, right?
What?
During the November 2nd hearing,
I said that the test was
the question is on. During the November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA. So I see you continue.
no. I didn't. I never said it didn't. I said it came
I'm
back
confused.
inconclusive.
Look at Gingras though, and you have the lawyer. She's pointing out. Look, I see you continue to look at him. That's what she was going to say there. You're looking at your counsel. They're telling you how to respond there. That is massively inappropriate. You know, as far as cross-examination ain't fun either. You know, in the best of circumstances, like if you're telling the truth, they're still out there to try to assassinate your character. But in a situation like this, And again, you'll get to see what Gingras has been doing. You'll get to see all of it there. And it's crazy to actually see it. I was like, are you going to allow that really?
I'm confused about what date she's referring to. What
November 2nd.
November 2nd hearing?
November 2nd.
Okay, again, before my time, so that's why I'm confused. I apologize.
I said it was inconclusive and it was little to no fetal DNA. I never said it came back anything but that.
Okay, well, today you've admitted that there was little to no fetal DNA, right?
I've never said there was anything else.
You also ordered and took a blood HC test through any lab test now on October 16th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And I'd like you to take a look at Exhibit 36, page 201. So this has already been admitted, so we'll move past that. By the time of this test on November 16th, you had claimed you were previously seen at Banner, Planned Parenthood, Dr. McCool, Dr. Higley, and even Dr. Zeman, right?
Your Honor, objection. She misstated the date. She said September 16th, I believe. It's October
That
16th.
can be addressed in redirect.
I said that Dr. McCool's my doctor. I did not say that I had seen him. I said I had seen Dr. Higley and the rest. Correct.
We'll talk about Dr. Higley, but your answer is would you like me to repeat the question, Ms. Owens?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to stand here. It seems like you're looking at Mr. Gingrich quite a bit for guidance.
See, you notice that? I mean, it gets bad enough that you actually have counsel stand in between her and her lawyer. I mean, really think about that. Have you ever seen it go like that? She's like, look, you're looking at him for coaching. You're looking at him for responses. He's feeding you answers. You know, and they already go through prep. Like anybody goes through prep before that. But I mean, my God.
No, I don't need guidance from my attorney. I know how to answer the questions.
By the time of your appointment for this test on October 16th of 2023, you claimed you were previously seen at Banner, Planned Parenthood, Dr. Higley, and even Dr. Z, right?
Yes.
But instead of going to any of those providers for this test, you went to an entirely new provider, correct?
I just went on my way home from taking the RavGen test, actually.
Yes or no questions?
Well, it wasn't a provider. It was a self-paid test. So
Okay, so you didn't go to any of your prior providers for this test, right?
correct.
By your own admission in your affidavit signed April 16th of 2024, this result of an HCP level of 102 was not consistent with pregnancy, right?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Overruled. You can answer.
Oh, can you say it again? I'm sorry.
By your own admission, the test result of 102 for the level for HCP is not consistent with a pregnancy.
Objection.
I
Go ahead.
I learned that it was.
Learned that it was consistent with pregnancy or was not.
Well, the test results said anything above 4 was pregnant, so I thought 102 was pregnant, but then I learned it was not.
So you would agree with me that it's not consistent with pregnancy.
No, I wouldn't.
You doctored this particular test twice, correct?
I doctored the test once.
Okay, and when was that?
When I tried to send it to Dave Neal to get him to stop creating harassing videos.
So here's another admission. So again, if you remember the document with all those numbers, and we pulled these up on stream, and we talked about them. We put them side by side, and we were discussing which one is fake, which one is not. And if you go back, the discussion about that was saying, yeah, it's probably the one with the insane numbers. Why is that? Because of what it indicates versus what it doesn't indicate. What would she want it to indicate? Why would she have this need to doctor something? But she throws that in there and she's like, yeah, I faked this to Dave Neal. Why did I fake that to Dave Neal? Because he's a monster. Now, right there, she lied to the media person that has been talking about this. So there goes your case about not a liar. He's calling me a liar? I'm going to sue him because he's calling me a liar? Well, you fucking lied to him. You gave him fake documentation. You admit that. I mean, you just straight up admit that you doctored evidence, sent it out to someone in the media that is covering your case. They don't like, they say content creator, but you know what? There is no test that makes you press versus not press. In fact, Dave Neal has more circulation than many of, especially many of the smaller places out there. But when you combined coverage, it started getting bigger than a lot of, depending on what people are covering in cases. Like a giant case, this unfortunately met a wall of silence. That's another thing. Who was presented and who was open to admitting that they could have things wrong if you provided them any kind of documentation to prove that this was indeed correct? Dave Neal, he was 100% open to the idea, to the suggestion that he had it wrong. So it's just fascinating. Again, they threaten him over and over. Well, good luck, because you just admitted to lying to that person because they were making content. They were creating coverage. Huh.
Me?
And what amount of documents?
It was like 102,000, I believe.
So can you pull up Exhibit 17, page 113? So Owens, you'll recognize this as it looks like the same test from October 16th, but it has an HCG level different than what you just indicated, and it says 131,902.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, that's.
So you also doctored this test.
No, I didn't know what the number was that I had made it to.
Well, Ms. Owens, I agree with you. You doctored this test twice. One to say 102,000 and again to say 131,902, right?
I doctored it, I guess, to say 131,902.
As of October 17, 2023, when you received this test result, you had reason to believe you were not pregnant, right?
Yes, after doing some research, yes.
Okay. But then you proceeded to lie under oath at hearings before this court on October 24th, October 25th, and November 2nd, correct?
That's not correct, no.
Instead of telling the truth, you tampered with this HCG test to increase the level and offered that as support for a pregnancy.
To a content creator, not to the court.
You also testified on November 2nd, unequivocally, that your
You notice that's the argument too for any of the documentation or anything that's come up. No, I didn't lie to the court. Although, you look at what's been presented to the court. Did she lie to the court? But you look at all the other stuff. And again, this is Gingras. He can't deny this. He's like, yeah, so what if she lied to exes? And so what if she lied to these other people? You know, that just talks about credibility. But you have to take her word for all of this other stuff that she says is true. It's wild. I mean, it is something else. You know, oh man, Clayton Echard didn't respond to this. Therefore, they're going to allege that he's an ARPist. Take her word for it, right?
your OBGYNs were Dr. McCool and Dr. Higgins, right?
Right.
In fact, you went so far as to state that your main OBGYN is the perinatalogist, Dr. McCool, right?
Correct.
You further testified on November 2nd that you had last seen Dr. Higley on last Friday, right?
Right.
You lied to the court when you made these statements.
I had the appointment scheduled, which you guys have.
Yes, no questions.
I know, but it needs to be answered. Correct. It needs to be answered. I had an appointment scheduled with him that I did not attend, but I did have an appointment scheduled.
Okay, so when you say you were seen by a doctor, that's not the same as having an appointment scheduled, correct?
Correct.
So we would agree that you were dishonest when you said you were physically seen by Dr. Higley the Friday before the November 2nd hearing.
Correct. That's a very minor thing.
Stop.
Hey, props to Megan, by the way, because that's a little bit of minor perjury, right? Well, you weren't honest when you said that you met with a doctor, right? Well, I had a scheduled appointment with them, but I didn't actually. So you didn't meet with them in person. You would say that's a lie when you presented it as you had a doctor appointment. You had met with them. Well, I had an appointment. I just canceled it. So you don't have an appointment. If you've canceled an appointment, you don't have an appointment with a doctor. I mean, how do you? Oh my God, some of this frustrates the shit out of me sometimes.
Yeah, really.
So
You know,
never been.
I mean, if this is good, I'm not comfortable if the JFC crew is going to be
The JFC
having
crew.
reactions, honestly.
Okay, I'm going to stop the clock at this time.
So this is what Megan was talking about. Now, when you listen, do you hear a reaction there? So, there was a minor reaction. It's fascinating because the gallery originally, if you look at original trial, the gallery did have reactions, because we're human when we're watching this. So people had a human response. And her thing there is, oh my God, the JFC, it would be anybody that's watching this, that's hearing this play out. If you were just some random person and listened to this thing play out, what would you think about it?
Counsel, you ask questions. Ma'am, you answer the questions. I could ask the gallery to please keep your
I
actions-
think I
I'm
can't.
still talking, ma'am. Keep your comments to a minimum or you will be asked to leave. Go ahead, counsel.
Now, she was very polite in redirecting there. She was actually harsher with Laura and everything than she was actually harsher with anybody out there. Because again, you don't want to react. You don't want reactions. And that's true. You don't want the gallery to ever become part of it, to become audible. But again, they're human. It's hard not to react and be like, holy crap, I can't believe that happened. That's what I remember with DUI guy. That was his big notorious thing. Oh my God, he reacted like everyone reacted at home. That's the same thing. If people are sitting here at home watching, I'm sure all of you have had, I can't believe this is real.
So it's never been seen by Dr. McCool, Dr. Higley for any medical appointment, correct?
Correct.
And the records from Dr. McCool's office indicate that you made 4 appointments that you never attended, correct?
Correct.
And the records from Dr. Higley's office that we obtained indicate that they have no records for you from August 2020 through the present, right?
I'm sorry, you said Dr. Higley or Dr. McCool? Can I take a minute?
Can we have just a 5-minute recess?
I don't
Sure,
think they
that's
should have allowed a recess.
No, go ahead. What were you going to say, counsel?
I'm just concerned about our time. Great, that's all you. So,
Well, we factored in a 10-minute break. So what we'll do is we'll take it now. And then when we come back, there will be no further breaks. So that's just something.
You know what sucks about that too? So if Clayton was emotional, like if he got emotional, he wouldn't have a break. Like it's so unfair in so many ways. Like again, Clayton is being, you imagine the maelstrom of emotion. He's been told he's a father. He's had this person go after every aspect of his life. There are real stakes for him in this. He has a protective order against him by somebody that, well, you look at everything here. She has some emotion. We're going to take a 10-minute break. But there's no break for anyone else. Like that, I think that's fucked, personally. I do. I'm just, to be blunt about that, I think that is absolutely messed up. Because again, if he would have become emotional or something, they may not stop for him. But they stop for her because she's cracking up. Because she is being called on her bullshit. And she is being hammered on it. And it's just pointing out, nobody's giving her a pass. Like typically, she gets a pass. Typically, people will back off. They don't call her anymore. But that's not what's happening. She wanted to go to this level. She didn't want it to go to this far. She tried to eject, but she wanted to take people to court. She has threatened multiple people to take them to court. She has threatened people with, again, protective orders and more. When that flips around and she's the one sitting in the hot seat, and she's only going to be sitting there for, 20, 30 minutes? If it's so uncomfortable for her for those 30 minutes, imagine a person with an 8-year protective order. Imagine, again, Clayton and everything. He wasn't supposed to respond publicly or do anything. This is what pisses me off so much. Anyway, I'm going to keep going. Otherwise, I'll rant about this because it makes me so mad.
Please keep in mind, we'll stand in this.
All right.
I think it comes back, buddy. I think the cut there. Yeah. So you're coming back, right?
2 minutes. I know, Mitch. Yeah, I'm going to go with you. Water. I want to drink water.
Okay, so.
Correct.
Whoops, sorry. I didn't jump that far. I was just trying to see exactly where it starts back up. And because they're going to start back up.
Sure. Petitioners at 29 minutes and 30
Okay, there we
seconds.
are.
Respondents at 22 minutes and 1 second.
So they're 22 minutes. They're getting situated.
Thank you.
You hear them start back up.
Ms. Owens, you testified at the November 2nd hearing that
Sound
you
is
had
so
a
much
due
better.
date of February 14th of 2024, which is Valentine's Day, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have a single medical record to support that alleged due date, right?
No, I do. I was trying to say I do have a record. That's what I was told by Tamara Lister at Banner Health, was that it would be Valentine's Day.
You're aware that the records that you provided from Banner did not indicate any due date, right?
It was in conversation with her as to when the due date would be.
So these are yes or no questions. You're aware that the record you provided from Banner lists no such due date, right?
It can't be answered in a yes or no manner. I'm saying
Yes, no, or I don't know.
so then can you please repeat the question?
Ms. Owens, you're aware that the record from Banner that you provided, that your attorney just admitted into evidence, does not have an alleged due date of any kind on it, right?
Okay, then yes.
I want you to take a look at what's our Exhibit 17, page 110. And this is the same as your Exhibit A1. This is a picture you took of a portion of a page from Banner, correct?
Correct.
Where is the rest of the document, Ms. Owens?
Clayton had it.
I'm asking you, where is the rest of the document in this particular exhibit?
I don't know, but there's nothing I was trying to hide from it. Clayton got the entire thing.
So you recognize you've been accused of taking records, right?
Yes.
And you expect the court to accept a picture of a portion of an alleged record?
You guys got the results yourselves. So
These are yes or no questions.
that's
Attorney
not
is going to have an
fair.
opportunity to conduct redirect examination. You can elaborate then.
It's bad. Like she has to be told, you can't hijack the conversation here. You can't just put out, you just got to answer yes, no, or I don't know. And you can elaborate on redirect if your counsel is interested in doing so.
I mean, that's not fair. You guys know that you have the results of this that show the same thing. So I wasn't hiding anything here. That's not fair.
I have to respond, but ask the court find this non-responsive.
Court will designate it as non-responsive.
For someone who's been involved in court cases nonstop since at least 2016,
You know what? That's not accurate. I have not been involved nonstop since
I'm going to stop the clock
2016.
for a moment, and I'm going to remind the parties. Counsel, you ask a question, ma'am, you answer the question. Otherwise, we move into a different area that I don't think anyone wants to go into. Counsel, resume.
Ms. Owens, you have been involved in court cases since at least 2016, correct?
Nonstop, or are you saying since 2016? Can you just rephrase the question?
Answer the question as I've asked it. Involved in court cases since
And say no.
2016.
No.
Okay.
Shit.
This particular document, Exhibit A1, has 3 different types of highlighting on it, correct?
I see 2.
And Isabel, if you can please pull our Exhibit 17, page 110. You'll see this is the same document, but I believe maybe when your office scanned it in, you can't see all the highlighting. So I'm going to show you ours. You see there's 3 different types of highlighting.
Yes.
And you highlighted this on the same Adobe Acrobat program that you used to alter the other records, correct?
This was the doctor highlighted point of care test results, and then I highlighted first trimester pregnancy and encounter for pregnancy test on my iPhone, but it wasn't Adobe Acrobat.
There's 2 different types of highlighting on this document, correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk to you about the date of this alleged HCG test. We can agree that a woman typically takes the pregnancy test when they miss their menstrual, right?
Well, my case was different.
So these are yes or no questions.
I think the answer depends. I don't get a period, so I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, so you don't get a
Wait.
regular.
I don't.
So you took this test before the missing.
She just said though she doesn't get a period. Not I don't get a regular period. I don't get a period. Period. That's terrible. I don't get a period. You know, that is a direct statement. I don't get one of those. But she just said earlier that the reason she didn't get her period until November. That was something that I brought up, you know, when I was asking a question about miscarriage. I was wondering how exactly that worked in. So, what the fuck? Again, this is the problem with digging a hole for yourself. People, they go in, you know, people will embellish tales. Even if you go through an event, something that's tragic or something, you're going to have a true person that goes through that. You're going to have holes in memory. You're not going to remember everything. It happens, you know. But people that fake events, you'll notice they'll try to fill in every single hole. And they'll create things that cause them real problems. And that's what she's done. She's been trying to dig herself out of a hole this entire time. I feel very confident in saying, yes, she faked shit, Gingras. Why do I feel confident? Because you admitted it, fucker. You know? I mean, you admit it. These people have been threatening. You know, they threatened Dave Neal the most. They've threatened small. Interesting, they never sent me a cease and desist. I was kind of surprised by that. So that is a fascinating one, considering like when he got ass mad about the whole tramp stamp lawyer thing. That was yeah. But they've threatened a lot of creators out there. A lot of them. And I'm saying nobody wants to get sued. I don't want to get sued. That's shitty. But they threatened, saying that you can't prove this person's ever lied. Well, just look at it. Look at how much shit has come up. And again, imagine if we had a long hearing. Not an hour to present. Imagine if we had 3 hours to present. Imagine how detailed. Like if you'd have gotten a whole day to present this case, which would have been fair. Not 2 hours, fuck that. You being able to go out and see your day in court to actually pursue justice. You know, if it's something that could impact the rest of my life, they could at least spare me a day, you know? Could you imagine, though, what could be presented there? Because you've already seen what was presented it was 22 minutes when we came back. That's what the entirety of the presentation.
Right?
Correct.
And between 2014 and the present, you have alleged that you were pregnant by 4 different men, correct?
Correct.
And all 4 of those men told you one way or another that they believed you fabricated those pregnancies, right?
The first was not so specific about that.
And 3 of them are here today, right?
Correct.
And they also believe that you doctored medical records, right?
Objection foundation.
Sustained.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Huh.
Ms. Owens, each time that one of these 3 men refused to be in a relationship with you and questioned your pregnancy narrative, you obtained an order of protection against them, right?
False.
Okay, well, you have an order of protection against Mr. Greg Gillespie, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't believe that you were ever pregnant with his child, right?
No, that's wrong. That's
100%.
I went to a doctor. He told me I needed to go to the specific doctor to confirm the pregnancy, which I did.
We've seen the evidence, Laura. Holy shit. We've seen the messages. At first he tried to be somewhat decent about things. But he was straight up, I don't believe you. And we saw the threats. We read through them. You know, that's one of the things that has come up in this. I think the Greg Gillespie text, the Mike Mancini stuff is insane. The Greg Gillespie stuff, though, it points to the commonalities that have been discussed, but it just shows you how nasty it is. Because again, imagine there's a big difference in, believe me and be with me versus you'll do this or I'm going to get a protective order against you. I'm going to claim that you forced me to go have an abortion and you may have caused deformities in our child. I'm going to sue you for, and the number keeps increasing. It goes from like 40 something thousand to 6 figures. I mean, it's insane. So this denial is it's something else. I love that she's called on this though.
Okay, stop. I'm striking that response. The court reporter has been very clear. Everyone's talking over each other for appellate purposes. And the fact that one of the parties is paying for the court reporter, implore you please to talk one at a time. With regards to the objection, it's overruled. Go ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, I'll move on in the interest of time. Ms. Owens, you didn't file an affidavit of financial information in this case, did you?
I did.
When did you file that?
August or September. It's with the court.
Okay.
It's on the record.
Well, consistent with your deposition testimony and your April 16th affidavit, you would agree with me that you make approximately $200,000 a year and then have approximately $500,000 in like a money market,
Damn.
right?
I don't have $500,000 in a money market account.
Okay, but you would agree with me that you make approximately $200,000 a year?
It's with businesses I have with my mom, so it's proportional to us.
Okay.
With our companies, yeah.
Ms. Owens,
Damn.
I want to give you one more opportunity. The media is here. You know that this case has gone viral. You have an opportunity right now to come clean and start fresh. So I'm going to ask you one final time. You were never pregnant by Clayton Echard. Correct?
That is absolutely incorrect.
I'm Judge.
Time check, 28 minutes, 46.
So they presented that right there to her, point blank. I'm going to give you a chance to correct things and to remedy them. Here's the thing, though. She probably would. It's civil liability. I have the feeling that Clayton wants to move on with his life. The other guys, I don't know what they want. I do know that if I were one of them, that I would want vindication, but I would also, I would feel the need for vengeance. After somebody ruins my life, I would feel the need for vengeance. I would. Like, that's a very human feeling. I would need that. I would want money. I would want civil justice. I would want her to pay. So she'll never back off that narrative. She's hoping that they rule that this was a good faith thing. Because if it doesn't go for her, again, this won't be, everybody's focused on, well, this won't be the last we hear of Laura Owens aiming at other people. No, won't be the last you hear of Laura Owens because other people will sue her. And holy shit, if they start targeting people, trying to sue and everything else, you talk about counter lawsuits. Oh yeah, like somebody like a Dave Neal. Dave Neal, for example, has been dragged into court. You can say that was not good faith because she has admitted to lying repeatedly. She has brought him up over and over. The counter lawsuit right there could jack her up tremendously. So, she's carrying a lot of that. She had the chance, though, to just walk away before everybody else got involved, before all these names, before Gingras, basically. Before he was brought in, this might have been more manageable for her, but now.
6 seconds.
Okay, so they're
Redirect when
at
you're
28
ready.
minutes.
Your Honor, I've got about 3 questions. First of all, Laura, looking at Exhibit A0, are we on my screen? This is the timeline that we talked about before. Can you just go back over that real quick? And does that accurately reflect the testimony you gave earlier regarding your version of the events?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit A0 it's a Rule 1006. It's a summary of testimony.
Your Honor, I would object. I don't believe this is an accurate summary of the testimony today.
That's for the
All right.
finding.
Over objection, the court will receive what's been marked as A30, giving it the weight that it deserves. It doesn't appear to be demonstratively.
Right. Laura, regarding Banner, there was some comment just a minute ago that you didn't produce records from Banner. To your knowledge, did you authorize Mr. Woodnick or his firm to get records from Banner?
Yes.
And looking at Exhibit A1, it's not just a photo of, the first page is a photo of something, but can you tell us what the second page here is?
That's from my patient portal showing that I was positive for Banner.
Okay, and to your knowledge, did Mr. Woodnick actually receive records from Banner? Did he ask for them?
Yes.
And did he get them?
Yes.
Okay. One final thing. You said before on cross-examination that
That's amazing how much she knows, by the way, about records and stuff. Again, when it suits her. When she doesn't, she draws a lot of blanks on them, huh?
when you saw that 102 HCG test from October 16th, that you believe that meant you were not pregnant. Do you understand the difference between a viable pregnancy and a non-viable one?
Yes.
Do you believe that the 102 number that you got in October 16th of 2023 meant that you were not pregnant at all?
Objection leading.
What was your understanding of that 102 number? What did it mean to you?
That I was still pregnant, as it was over 4 was what it said.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you can go sit back down.
I mean, that considering
Respondent's at 28 minutes, 46 seconds. Petitioner is at 31 minutes, 14.
okay, considering everything that was actually brought up, like look how much they worked into that little segment. Like they compacted a lot of it. That is one thing in this. You don't get into a lot of the nuance. It has to be hit there. And as they noted at the beginning of everything too, you know, in order to save time. And they also note this with, they'll note it with Clayton, the documents that have already been before the court, they're also relying on those as well.
Of the 50. You can call your next witness when you're ready.
Your Honor, petitioner calls Dr. Michael Mitchell.
Oh my God. Now, when you listen to this, just really drink this in. This is, again, my problem with expert witnesses. I believe a witness like this, listening to them, this is an opinion for hire. That's how I take this. Again, I'm allowed to have my opinions too, but just listen to what he says, especially drink it all in, because on cross, he's going to be asked about the way he examined things and leaving out portions of it. It's fascinating to see how he arrives at his conclusion.
Doctor, if you'd like to bring water with you, you may.
Did we spare him already? We did. Good morning, Dr. Mitchell. State your name, please.
Dr. Michael Mitchell.
We have about 15 minutes, so I got to go really, really quick here. I know you're retired now. Can you tell the court what you did before you retired?
I was the chairman of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at St. Joseph's Hospital. I was in private practice at the same time. and is also on the teaching faculty of the Phoenix Integrated Residency Program in Obstetrics and Gynecology.
Okay, so you have a medical doctorate degree,
Yes,
and you practiced medicine in Arizona for about 30 years, is that right?
that's correct.
And according to the Arizona Medical Board, it says that you were first licensed in Arizona in 1992, and your medical license expired on March 7th, 2022. Is that accurate?
Yes,
It's about 2 years ago. And you retired from medicine in good standing with the medical board?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I tender Dr. Mitchell as an expert in the area of obstetrics and gynecology.
All right, so stipulated.
Okay. Dr. Mitchell, in front of you there, we've got your CV, I guess. This is exhibit A12. And everything in your CV is accurate?
Yes,
Is that up to date and current?
yes,
Okay. And like you said, you served as the chairman of the obstetrics and gynecology department at St. Joseph's Hospital in Phoenix.
yes, for 4 years.
In that capacity, how many children did you personally deliver?
I delivered over 20,000 babies.
And I think when we were talking, you explained that the success rate of a pregnancy when a woman becomes pregnant and then
How the hell? 20,000, man. 20 freaking thousand. I mean, people have gone over that number and what it would mean, as far as how often you would have to deliver a baby. And it's a wild number.
delivers a baby, not all of them make it. Is that right?
What I mean by wild is people are like, 20,000 indeed. Do we have a record of that just to show? What does it mean you delivered personally? Does that mean, as a head, everyone in the department that did something? Were you supervising? Like, how does that work?
Almost half of all pregnancies end in a miscarriage.
Okay. And so if you delivered 22 or 20,000 children, how many patients did you see that didn't deliver healthy babies? Goes directly to the, I'm sorry?
Sustained.
In addition to women that did not deliver a healthy baby, in addition to women who delivered healthy children, did you have patients who had miscarriages?
Thousands.
And so you have extensive training and experience with regard to women that have non-normal pregnancies.
Correct.
All right, Dr. Mitchell, in your report here, which again is Exhibit A12, you summarize, there's a written report and it's going slow. Let me see here. Did you review some records as part of your retention in this case?
Yes.
And your report has an index of exhibits that you looked at. There's a Banner pregnancy test, an image of some tissues. They're all attached to your report. Other than what is listed there, did you review anything else?
Just the ones that I've listed.
Okay. And after you performed that initial review, you asked for some medical records. You had a question regarding medications.
Yes.
And did you get those records?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where they're from?
From Neurologic Institute.
You're familiar with Barrow.
Very familiar. They're at St. Joseph's Hospital.
That's part of the.
You have some lag there too. It'll clear. I'm trying to remember how long it takes to clear. There we go. Come on. Lag out.
The facts that you considered anyway.
There we go.
am kind of the Sergeant Friday of Dragnet. I only take in the facts, the bare facts
God.
are known to be provable. Number one, there was intimacy of some.
He's trying to go with the whole just the facts, ma'am. You know, if you've never seen that, by the way, that's what he's trying to say. Me, when I'm making decisions, I just cover the facts. You know, it's just the facts, ma'am. And it's like, whatever.
Some type disputed what exactly it was. Number two, she had a positive pregnancy test at a lab at Banner, which means that there's a 99% chance that that's a positive pregnancy. Number three, she had a negative test or little or no fetal DNA found on a test in late September looking for fetal DNA in the blood. What that tells me is that by that point, at the end of September, the pregnancy had failed, that even though she still had a positive pregnancy test, it was no longer a viable pregnancy. The fourth thing is that she still had a positive pregnancy test in the blood of 102 on October 16th, which again, greater than 99% positive that she was pregnant. And the fact that between June 1st and October 16th, she's got 2 laboratory proven pregnancy tests. That indicates that all of the urine pregnancy tests, any other pregnancy tests that she had done, likely are also demonstrably positive. And the final thing is when she had bleeding in November, and then a couple of days later had a negative pregnancy test at the mom doc. It also illustrates, one, that the pregnancy finally was completed. So what happened was she had a pregnancy, it failed at some point. There's no way of knowing exactly when. Frequently, very frequently, when people miscarry, they're incomplete. Some of it miscarries, the fetus is no longer alive, but you still continue to have a positive pregnancy test because there's still tissue there that hasn't been expelled. That finally happened in November when that pregnancy was completed, when that miscarriage was completed.
Okay, Dr. Mitchell, Mr. Echard has said that he doesn't believe that a pregnancy was possible here because there was no intercourse. Do you have an opinion about that? Regarding general, not regarding him or her, but in general.
Well, it's said that men are like basketball players. They dribble before they shoot.
Oh God,
They
it's the
also
dribble guy.
afterwards. And if you are rubbing...
I can't believe he brought up the dribble thing in the courtroom, by the way. It was bad enough that he brought that up in documentation. But now, men are like basketball players. You know, sometimes when you're out there, you double dribble, and sometimes you commit technical fouls. What are you fucking talking about, you know? And it's like, objection. Are we talking about them? Oh, it's a terrible joke. I was going to say, are they using regulation balls or... wait. Objection overruled. Anyway, it's so terrible. I hate that. It's such a tactless fucking thing. He thinks he's so clever, you know? First Dragnet, now freaking the NBA.
Rubbing genitalia together, it is possible to get pregnant.
How much weight would you assign to the fact that Mr. Echard denied sexual intercourse? Is that significant to the question of whether she was pregnant, or is it a minor point?
It has nothing to do with whether she was pregnant.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second, counsel.
I'll withdraw.
Okay.
Dr. Mitchell, I think you said earlier that it's impossible to know for sure when Laura's pregnancy ended. Do you have an opinion about, based on the records that you've seen and the information that's been provided to you, do you have a theory about when?
It actually ended in November when her pregnancy test was negative. When it failed, in other words, when it was no longer viable, there is no way of knowing exactly when that happened.
Okay. Dr. Mitchell, somebody online, I think, made a comment, theory obviously, that Laura may have injected herself with HCG. I think that we talked about a trigger shot or something like that. First of all, what is an HCG trigger shot?
It's used in trying to help somebody get pregnant, and it's by prescription. It's an injection, and I saw no records that indicated that anybody would have given her a prescription for HCG. Okay. Or would there be a reason to give her one?
So, you know, I thought about this statement here. It took me a minute because I really wanted to drink this statement in here. What he's saying is he's saying that there's, the way I'm taking this, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the way he's stating this is it's no one prescribed her anything with that. And again, you know, this is just, that's just speculation anyhow, but it does look like he's saying that, you know, no one prescribed. And that's not the entirety of that, would it be? In fact, if you were setting up something, if you were trying to loop someone in with a falsity, would you ever want a record of it?
Especially if she was already pregnant.
Right. Dr. Mitchell, Clayton, in his pretrial statement, objected to your testimony on a couple of grounds, and I know you and I talked about this. I'll just read one of his objections, that you have relied on an admittedly tampered with data set. do you feel that you've relied on admittedly tampered data in any way, shape, or form informing your conclusion?
Absolutely not. All I've included were the fact that they both admitted that there was some type of intimacy, that there were all the other things that I used to make my decision was based on laboratory tests.
And the Planned Parenthood sonogram that we've spoken about, and I think you were sitting here and saw and heard that testimony. Did you rely on that Planned Parenthood sonogram in any way?
No.
And the HCG test from any lab test now that Laura did not send to any court, the one that said 130 something thousand, did you rely on that in any way?
No.
Does the fact that Laura has those credibility problems and that she did some things that we all agree are dumb, does that change?
Dumb. We all agree are dumb. How about we all agree they're fucking criminal, Gingras? Like, some of this stuff is fucking criminal. Are we just going to pretend that isn't the case?
Your opinion on whether or not she was pregnant?
No.
Why not?
The lab tests, like I said, are 99+%, and they were repeated over and over and over. And so she was pregnant.
One other objection that Clayton made to your testimony, Dr. Medschel, is that you, with zero scientific or DNA basis, made a conclusion that Clayton was the father of twins. Have you reached that opinion at all?
No, that's
I mean, I don't see it in your report. I'm just wondering.
Is this funny? Here's the thing that I thought. Is this a funny trial? Is this a ha-ha funny trial? I mean, not anything, you know. He's saying that Clayton she's saying that Clayton's the father of a child. She got pregnant. She was pregnant with twins. And this guy is backing that narrative. If he's backing that narrative, then what exactly is he saying, you know? She walked past a pollinating tree and somehow got pregnant? I mean,
You agree that you can't make any conclusions at all because we don't have DNA.
correct.
You're familiar with the RavGen test process?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason why a woman who is not pregnant would want to take a test like that?
Objection, Foundation.
Dr. Mitchell, if Laura was not pregnant and she submitted a sample to RavGen, would RavGen be able to confirm that she wasn't pregnant?
Objection, Foundation.
Dr. Mitchell, you're familiar with RavGen. You just said that.
Yes.
Did you ever use them in your practice or something like that, a similar service?
Yes.
And as part of using a DNA testing service like that, does the service confirm that the woman is or isn't pregnant? Can they come back and say this woman's not pregnant?
Objection, Foundation.
Did you ever have that happen? When you used DNA testing as a doctor, did you ever have a test come back that said that a woman was not pregnant?
Objection, Foundation, and also RavGen's only been around for a few years. Tired curfew.
I'm asking about the process generally, Your Honor.
Overruled. He can answer the question.
Pre-cell DNA, which RavGen is a type, has been around for a number of years. I used it frequently. It not only tells you if you're pregnant, it tells if it's a boy or a girl. It'll tell you if it has genetic defects. It's incredible. It's the biggest, best new technology that we've had in the last 20, 30 years.
I was looking at my notes when you answered. So a RavGen type test or RavGen itself can tell whether it's a boy or a girl?
Yes.
Can tell, well, then necessarily could tell whether the woman's pregnant at all?
Yes, obviously.
Okay. Dr. Mitchell, one final question, one series. Can you see the picture behind you there of
Yes.
Laura's body? As a physician and as a man or doctor who's delivered lots of healthy babies and maybe some that didn't end healthy, can you explain how Laura's body could be that size and she never said that she passed any dead fetus?
Objection. The scope of this presentation, even for the photo as part of the clip.
Overruled. He can answer if he has an opinion. The court will give it the weight it deserves, which could be a little, a lot, or none at all.
That photo's
That is a bullshit thing there. Hey, in your opinion, if you look at this picture right here, do you think she's pregnant? I mean, are you kidding me? This is such a again the court, in the interest of not wasting time, was like, I'll give that the weight that it deserves. Let's see. Let me ask something real quick. How many Americans are overweight? So according to the CDC, 73.6% of adults in the U.S. are overweight or obese as of 2017 to 2018. So how do you determine whether or not somebody is obese or they're having some kind of medical reaction to something or anything? How do you determine that from pregnancy? How exactly, And what about posture and everything else? Well, I guess that's what you get paid for as an expert witness, right?
It's actually one of the things did you look at this photo as part of your
I saw
review?
that photo earlier, yes.
And regarding the size of Laura's belly, which clearly is not here anymore, does that
So this was part of his analysis? This is part of his just the facts? Because that's what Gingrich just said. You looked at this as part of your analysis, correct? So his scientific data set that he's relying on and he's bragging and patting himself on the back about on the stand includes a picture of someone with no data whatsoever linked to that. And he's saying that somehow works as part of it? Huh.
show you anything regarding whether or not she was pregnant?
It could indicate that she was pregnant, could indicate other things.
The fact that Laura didn't claim to pass a large fetus, is that something surprising to you, or is that something that could logically be explained medically?
The fact that this pregnancy, in all likelihood, was no longer viable early in this pregnancy doesn't surprise me that she didn't pass much tissue at all.
How does that happen? Does the body...
What happens is the fetus starts to grow. At some point, the fetus stops growing. There's no longer a heartbeat. If it's very early, they may just get a period. If they miscarry, they may pass a little tissue, maybe not. And some of that tissue remains enough that it continues to produce HCG. That's why she continued to have the positive pregnancy tests. And that's why we call it an incomplete abortion. Once we know that there's no longer a viable pregnancy there, but the pregnancy doesn't end until all that tissue is gone, at which time it is a completed miscarriage.
Okay. Two more questions, Dr. Mitchell. Have you reviewed the expert report of Dr. Deans, who's Clayton's expert?
Yes.
Do you disagree with anything that Dr. Deans said?
Not really. The only thing that was amusing to me was the fact that they're relying on a clinical pregnancy. There's an old adage, either you're pregnant or you're not. The adage isn't you're either clinically pregnant or not. And the reason for that is because to be clinically pregnant, that means you have to have prenatal care. Laura did not have prenatal care.
So she didn't get any prenatal care. She's dragging a guy through a court. She's claiming that she did that, though, but we're just going to ignore all of that. I mean, it's fascinating. Well, she's pregnant because, well, she didn't actually get any prenatal care. Oh, okay. She wants to set up for parenting time. I mean, this is so wild to listen to.
I took care of hundreds of women who had no prenatal care. So technically, were not clinically pregnant, walked into the hospital, and I delivered a 9-pound baby. Even though they weren't clinically pregnant.
So they delivered a baby. You're saying they were unaware? I mean, what exactly is he trying to note with that? Because again, Laura is aware. She has all socioeconomic advantage. She's also going to court with somebody where you want to present that you would be in a shared parenting time, that you would be the person that, she's going to be asking for money and everything. I mean, I guess I look at this and I think, how the fuck did she think this was going to play out? Like, honestly, what was the end game? When you drag people to court for this right here, you just punish them to a point and then drop the case? I mean, it confuses me. It's so wild and bizarre.
Clinical pregnancy only means that they've gotten prenatal care that you could see on ultrasound or you could hear with an instrument. And so a clinical pregnancy is not relevant here. It's either you're pregnant or you're not.
And your opinion is that Laura was pregnant, even if it wasn't a clinical pregnancy, she was pregnant.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, Council, you're at 45 minutes and 43 seconds. Council, you have 28 minutes, 46 seconds.
Thank you, Doctor. You consider yourself a scientist, correct?
Yes.
So you know that when collecting data, it's garbage in, garbage out. If you're not relying on good data, the opinion you're going to give is not going to be credible. Is that correct?
That's why I only relied on the data that I thought was totally credible.
And that was the data that Mr. Gingrich gave you, right?
That was the data that was presented to me.
I saw when you drove into the parking lot, you walked in with Laura's mom in the parking lot. Are you friendly with her mother?
Yeah, I just met her this morning.
Okay, that's nice. Did you,
That was actually a good question, too. Because it does, do you have any connection with his family at all as well? I thought that was actually a good question to present.
let's go here. Mr. Gingrich asked you whether or not you relied on the ultrasound, but you're aware that the ultrasound was a fake, correct?
I've been told that, and that's why I didn't rely on it.
Okay, but knowing that the ultrasound was a fake, doesn't that cause you to be incredulous about the other data that Ms. Owens presented you?
That's precisely why I only used the data that was laboratory proven.
Well, you actually sat in here and are relying on a photocopy or a picture of a medical record that Laura gave. That was the banner with the 3 colors of highlighter. Do you remember seeing that? You were just sitting here. The example right there.
I saw that, yes.
You understand, Laura has admitted faking medical records.
Yes.
She faked ultrasounds by putting other lab names.
Isn't that damning, by the way, when your expert is like, she's admitted to faking records, right? And he's like, yeah, that's bad when even your expert has to concede that she lies. Again, good luck suing fucking people in the aftermath of that. Oh my God, what a fucking train wreck that'll be.
On him. She faked the 2 versions of the HCG test that you relied on, correct?
Objection.
Exactly
Overruled. Can be addressed in redirect.
You know
The data that I relied on was stuff that was verified from the laboratory itself.
That's not true. You relied on a photocopy that Laura took a picture of and provided you. It's in your file.
The Sonora Quest test on October the 16th was, I believe, derived directly from Sonora Quest.
Okay, let me
I
pause
think
you. Does it concern you as a scientist that 3 men have accused Laura of fabricating medical documents?
that has nothing to do with the data.
Does it concern you as it doesn't have anything to do with the data?
It does.
It
has everything to do with
to
it.
verify the authenticity of the data?
If you have proof that the test from Banner or from Ravgen or from the quantitative HCG were fake, I'm willing to take a look at them, but that's what I have.
But doctor, we have proof. She changed the sonogram and she changed the HCG levels in one of the tests that you relied on.
I didn't rely on the ultrasound, and I didn't rely on the faked 100 and whatever thousand.
Okay. You know that Laura testified that we can agree, you reviewed absolutely zero records from Laura's PCP, correct?
I don't know who her PCP is.
Well, that's a problem. Wouldn't you have wanted to talk to her PCP and see what drug she was on?
I saw what drugs she was on from Barrow.
Oh, you saw what drug she was on from a neurologist that she had telemedicine. You didn't request, doctor, records from her PCP, correct?
I did not.
And you would
See, 100%. He relied on what information that she self-reported. So, I mean, you see the flaws in this. Everything she self-reported leads to this result. But anything that she faked, though, somehow he knew to avoid all of that documentation. Somehow he understands what's going to be faked and what's not. And he can tell us with almost 100% certainty. That's why I fucking hate expert witnesses. I hate them. They have this has turned into basically a money machine out there. They get paid insane amounts of money to sit there and basically back up some of the worst shit ever. And in many cases, they directly ruin lives. And they get many protections for doing this too. I mean, like I said, it's insane. Like, people have no idea what expert witnesses get away with. And oftentimes judges, they rely on them. In this case, I don't think so. I think the judge sees through this. But in many cases, shit like this gets horrible fucking monsters off the hook. And these people are never, well, rarely, very rarely, like unicorn rarely, ever taken to task for it. Ever have to pay for what they do. And I mean, they damage people. I gotta stop reading about that. I hate expert witnesses. You know, there are instances where you need them. When you're talking about like looking at crime scenes and trying to determine what's here with data. But I mean, Jesus, some of this stuff they get into. I've been YouTubing for roughly X amount of years. Therefore, I am a social media expert.
Agree that, thank you. You would agree that it would have been helpful had you reviewed her historic gynecological record, correct? Correct?
The testing of her, whether she was pregnant or not, had nothing to do with her gynecological
You have
record.
no idea whether or not she had elevated HCG in her system or with any of the other medications, do you?
The fact that she had a negative HCG at the end of her pregnancy tells me that she didn't have familial HCG in her system.
Okay, doctor, let's really quickly talk about other things that could have caused Laura's HCG to be elevated. As a physician and a scientist, you would agree that HCG could be elevated due to pituitary, correct?
Yes,
It could be elevated due to cancer, correct?
yes,
Ovarian cysts.
depending on if it was cancer.
You're aware that Dr. Yee and Dr. Chan both provided medical record, but both indicated that Laura had ovarian.
I saw those records. I didn't.
I'll move on. Let's go back.
I saw those records. I
Elevated
didn't. Shouldn't have moved on right there. That was actually a nice little hook there, because what he was going to say is he didn't look into that whatsoever. That right there would have been something where, again, he didn't look into any records whatsoever that could have contradicted the narrative that he was paid to come up with. Just point blank. Fucking frauds, man.
HCG could be caused by weight loss drugs.
I'm not aware of weight loss, but there are drugs that can alter HCG results.
Let's talk about that a little bit more. How about anxiety medication?
Yes,
How about antidepressants?
yes.
And you have no idea whether or not Laura was on any of those medications.
We know that Laura admittedly has had multiple mental health issues. Like, she has been hospitalized. She is talking about her history. We've seen the text messages that bring this kind of stuff up. Didn't even look into that whatsoever. And those things, they can all give readings that would be a lie. You can manipulate with. In fact, if you found out one would give you that, you could continue doing that for how long? Anytime you wanted.
Medication because you didn't review her historic medical records other than what was provided to you by telemed at Barrows, correct?
I saw that she was on some of those medicines,
What medicine?
the anti-anxiety medicines.
An anti-anxiety medicine that you just said could elevate her HCG. Last doctor. IVF
Oops.
drugs also cause
Oopsie.
escalated HCG, do they not?
That was a giant jacked up mess right there. Oh, you did see some of those. So the things you just said could have caused this. She was taking? And you just kind of set those aside as a scientist? Huh.
Certain types.
Laura could have been on Novarel or Pregent, correct? Pregent?
I saw no records of that, and there would be no reason why, if she was pregnant, that she'd be on those.
One last question, doctor. The antipsychotic clozapine causes elevated HCG, does it not?
It's been reported to.
Thank you, Judge.
Right, redirect.
One question, Dr. Mitchell, regarding the potential of some issue other than pregnancy being the source of Laura's HCG in her blood. Are you aware that after November 14th, or on November 14th, she tested negative twice?
Yes.
If Laura had drugs or tumors or cysts or anything else that was causing an elevated HCG level, would she have tested negative for pregnancy twice on November 14th?
She could have stopped taking the shit. Oh my God. I know I've ranted about the expert witness thing, but that just, it gets on my nerves because you see this in so many trials, you know. And again, I feel like this is a racket that has been created where people, they make a lot of money to back really terrible things. And I think some of these people need to be taken to task because they never fucking pay. When we talk about true criminals out there and we talk about criminal enterprises, I think that this is one of the most unacknowledged criminal enterprises that exists.
14th.
No, it would have still been positive.
Okay, before you sit down, doctor, I just have a few questions. So you said that HCG requires a prescription, correct?
The injecting, yes.
Does Planned Parenthood have the authorization to write those prescriptions as far as you know, in Arizona anyway?
I can't imagine any reason why they would. It's a drug that's used to induce ovulation, so it's used in infertility patients.
Okay.
Planned Parenthood doesn't normally do infertility.
I understand, but that wasn't my question. My question was, are the medical doctors there able to write a prescription for it if they chose to, if they deemed it medically necessary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review either the Planned Parenthood records from Mission Viejo or Los Angeles?
No.
Okay. Follow up to the court's questions.
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Follow up to the court's questions. Thank you, doctor. You can step down.
That. Now you see that right there. Now that's bad. Like when you get down to it, when a judge asks something, saying, hey, did you actually, so the Planned Parenthood thing could be used against Laura Owens. Isn't that fascinating? So if Planned Parenthood did exist, according to her narrative, could she have gone there and gotten medication that could have given you some type of a false positive? Well, we don't have those records, right? She says that they're there. Why did she go to that place? Did she go to that place because she was seeking out the medical help that she says she was, or was she going there for some other reason? When the court asks you follow-ups like that, again, it's
And counsels, before we call the next witness up, just so that I point this out to the parties, we've explored B9, B31, and A12 that have not been moved. I don't know if that was just an oversight or if the parties are intending to move those.
I'm sorry, can I have those numbers?
Sure, B9, B31, and A12 were addressed but not moved.
I would move to admit A12. A12 is Dr. Mitchell's report.
Okay.
And no objection to that. And we move to admit B9 and B31.
All right, and I assume no objection, counsel?
I just wanted to look what they were.
You explored them with your client on direct.
Those are his actions.
Yep, no objection there.
Okay, the court will receive what's been marked as B9, B31, and A12. Thank you. You can call your next witness.
Your Honor, if we can get a time check.
Sure. Respondent's at 34 minutes, 36 seconds. Petitioner is at 46 minutes and 6 seconds.
Your Honor, I'm going to reserve the rest of my time, so I'm done.
Okay. All right, counsel.
Judge, with some technological help, and hopefully we're not on the clock, we're going to call Dr. Deans.
Okay. All right. So you're on the clock for her testimony, but getting her set up is not. Okay. Dr. Deans, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, counsel?
Before we go on the clock, Dr. Deans, can you hear me? It's the voice of Greg Woodnick.
Yes, I can see you too.
Oh,
Counsel?
there you are. Thank you. All right, we're ready, Judge. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure she can hear everybody. Counsel, will you do a test, please?
Hi, Dr. Deans. Good morning.
Good morning. I can hear you.
Can you see me?
I can.
All right. And doctor, before we get started, and I give this advisory whenever we have virtual witnesses, is if you need, I understand we've all got multiple screens going. If you need to look at a report or your notes or something different, I need you to let me know that you're going to do that. We'll give you an opportunity to do it wherever that document is located. Once your recollection has been reflected, please look away from that screen and let us know that you're ready. Additionally, you should be able to see, once we put it up, any exhibits that either counsel will ask you to review. Please let me know if you can't see it, okay?
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome. When you're ready, counsel.
Hi, Dr. Deans. I'm going to go lightning fast. Introduce yourself to the court, please.
Hi, I'm Dr. Samantha Deans,
Where'd you go to medical school?
Indiana University School of Medicine,
Are you board certified?
double board certified,
What's your first board
obstetrics and gynecology,
and your second board?
complex family planning.
Well, you have 2 fellowships?
Just one fellowship.
Thank you. Do you teach
I do.
medical students and physicians?
Medical students and resident doctors. Yes.
You teach them gynecological and early family planning?
Yes. Complex family planning.
All right. Thank you, Professor Deans. You've provided us with your CV, which is Exhibit 39. I'd move to admit. No objection.
C39 is received.
You also did a report for us. It's Exhibit 41, which we'll pull up on the screen. Did you have an opportunity to review the medical records for Laura Owens?
Yes, the ones I was provided with.
Exhibit number 41. Did you know that that was published online on a website?
Just to confirm, I'm looking at my report, and no, I did not know that was published on a website.
Did you give Miss Owens permission to publish your report on a website?
I did not.
Okay.
Now that's fascinating, isn't it? Because that's something that was brought up repeatedly, that Gingras was leaking documents into the public sphere before they had any chance to discuss it, you know, in court. Like there's certain filings that you will have access to, but other items that you won't. You won't see expert reports typically until we end up in the courtroom. And remember, there were orders about leaking documentation, especially specific types of documentation out there. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, you'd think the court would get really pissed off about that.
Judge, I'm tendering Dr. Deans as an expert here.
I have one voir dire question for her.
Sure, go ahead.
Dr. Deans, hi, good morning. How many children have you delivered as a OBGYN?
Probably too many to count, but I would say at least 3,000 at this point.
Okay, I stipulate for expertise.
All right. Basic question, Dr. Deans. I'm going to go fast here. Do you have concerns regarding the legitimacy of some of the records you reviewed?
I do.
If this court were to assume that the June 1st HCG test actually came from Laura, would that confirm pregnancy?
No.
What is the medical standard of care to confirm a pregnancy?
That would have to be either serial HCGs showing a trend over time, or a pregnancy test and or an ultrasound, or a physical exam that confirms an intrauterine pregnancy.
And we had none of that here, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm showing you exhibit number 28. Are you aware that that's the ultrasound from Laura? Are you aware that that was altered?
Yes, I am.
Laura claimed it was anonymous and from Planned Parenthood. Any thoughts about that?
Patients cannot be seen anonymously at Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood, having been a former medical director of Planned Parenthood, PPFA, which is our national guidelines.
Oh, snap. Being a former director of. Oh, so the thing that you claim there, you see why they switched off, don't you? You see why they had to go with, no, actually, I saw that under another name that I wouldn't disclose. Now you see why the narrative changed, because that narrative, it was explosive. It was bad.
Require identification at the time of a visit to confirm the identity of the patient. The patient can't be seen anonymously.
Thank you. Laura claims she was pregnant with twins. Anything you reviewed in any of the medical records confirmed that Laura was pregnant with twins?
No.
Laura claimed that the twins were boy and girl gender. Anything that you reviewed that confirms that?
No.
Do you recall reviewing the October 16th HCG test? I think it had a 100 or 3-digit HCG level on it.
I do.
Are you aware that there's actually 2 other versions of that exact same test in circulation?
I've heard that. I have not.
If I told you there was another version with 1,000 times higher HCG level, would that cause you concern?
Yes, it would.
Are there alternate causations for a positive HCG test as we have here?
Yes, sir.
Did you review well, I'm going to skip over the photos. Did you review Dr. Medchill's report?
I did.
You're aware that Laura first claimed she miscarried in September or October, and then the photos that are in the report indicate that it happened in the 3rd week of July, correct?
Correct.
Pursuant to Dr. Medchill's report, he concluded, do you agree with his conclusion that the data here warrants that Laura was 99% pregnant?
No, I do not agree with that assessment.
Do you agree with Dr. Medchill that the record confirms, this is from his report, a May 20th conception date?
Absolutely not. There's no data to confirm a conception date at this point that would require an ultrasound dating of a pregnancy.
Professor Deans, thank you. Judge, I just moved to admit Exhibit 41 if I didn't already.
Any objection?
No objection.
41's
So flew through that one.
cross-examination when you're ready.
Dr. Deans, you reviewed records that showed that Laura had HCG in her blood October 16th, 2023. You familiar with those?
Yes.
Where did that HCG come from?
It could come from a variety of sources.
Okay, and your report mentions some of those sources. I'm just going to ask about specific things. Exogenous injection, I'm assuming that's a fancy way of saying sticking yourself with a needle.
This doesn't mean anything, by the way. He said, I'm going to ask about some of these items where you're saying that this HCG, it can come from another source. The point is saying that it can come from another source. Not, can I eliminate 5 of, I don't know how many are there, but let's just say 5 out of 20. Hey, let's say 5 out of 6. Does that mean, was she able to list every single medication that could be noted too? Absolutely not. You know, it could be a lot of things out there. The point, he takes this in a way that is so, it's so deceptive in the way he approaches it.
Needle.
Correct. Exogenous would be an HCG source from outside of the body.
And do you have any information, or have you seen any records that suggest that that happened here?
I don't.
Okay. Heterophilic antibodies, which I did a little reading on that, some sort of allergic response, it sounds like maybe?
Correct. An autoimmune response can be triggered by exposure to animals and create positive tests.
Okay. But the fact that Laura tested negative for pregnancy November 14th would appear to be inconsistent with at least the heterophilic antibody theory. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the type of test. A urine pregnancy test might be positive, but a blood test could still be positive. It depends on the assessment and the level of HCG at the time of the test.
Okay, and I think Dr. Medchill said, and I think you also said, that cancer can cause elevated HCG levels. That's a fact, right?
Correct.
And have you seen any records to suggest that Laura has cancer presently, or that she did in 2023?
Not presently, no. I know there's a discussion of a prior history of ovarian cancer.
I understand that. But regarding 2023, if Laura had cancer in 2023 that caused false positive pregnancy tests between May and October, when the last one was, how can you explain her testing negative in November?
I mean, I think it makes that less likely unless she had treatment in the meantime.
And another option that you wrote about in your report was something called familial HCG syndrome, as being a way that someone could test positive, have HCG in their blood, not from pregnancy, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how rare that is?
Very rare.
I read that it was about 10 cases in the planet. Does that sound about right to you? And again, if Laura had familial HCG syndrome, that would explain some false positive tests in the middle of the year, but it wouldn't explain the negative at the end, would it?
That is correct.
Dr. Deans, in your report, you talked about objective evidence of pregnancy. On the first page in particular, you said that the only objective evidence of pregnancy is a Banner urgent care serum quantitative HCG from, well, I think that's actually a misstatement. The October 16th wasn't at Banner, but there was a serum HCG, and you've referred to that as objective evidence of pregnancy. Is that true?
Correct.
And in the absence of some other explanation, cancer, familial, horse tranquilizers, or whatever, in the absence of some other explanation, you would agree, and Dr. Medchill, I think, said, that HCG test from October 16th is objective evidence of pregnancy, right?
It is objective evidence, and one of the possibilities of that objective evidence is pregnancy.
Right. And if a woman is pregnant, regardless of how much or how little prenatal care she has, she's still pregnant, right?
If they are pregnant, yes.
I mean, a woman could be pregnant and have no ultrasound until the day the baby comes out, and she's still pregnant, right?
Yes, and the objective data would be the baby coming out of her body.
Right. And Dr. Deans, you worked, or your report and your resume indicated that you worked at Planned Parenthood for a while?
That's correct.
In that capacity, did you counsel women regarding terminating their pregnancies?
Correct.
And just for the record, I'm strongly pro-choice, strongly Planned Parenthood. If a woman was choosing or was thinking about choosing to terminate her pregnancy, why would she have prenatal care?
Why does he make that qualifier? See, I feel like that's a weaponization thing too, because he makes the qualifier. Oh, by the way, I am. Well, this isn't about him at all. This actually has nothing to do with him whatsoever. He is a mouthpiece and an extension of Laura Owens. So it doesn't matter what he thinks about on this spectrum of pro or con. Like, that doesn't register into the conversation at all. But it does with Gingras. It's such a strange thing to throw in there.
Oftentimes patients care first to confirm their pregnancy before they make their decision about how to end it.
But in a lot of states,
I'm sorry to cut you off.
I'm out of time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No redirect. Thank you, Professor Deans. We appreciate your help.
All right, any
Thank you.
objection to the professor disconnecting?
No.
All right, thank you, Dr. Deans. If you'd like to disconnect, you may. If you'd like to stay and listen, you absolutely may.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Time check, Judge.
38 minutes, 57 seconds.
We're going to call Clayton quickly.
All right, now you get to Clayton himself. And remember, this right here, remember, Gingras has run out his time. So as far as Clayton, last word, they're going to go through stuff, but this is it. Like, this is the problem with the time management. And again, I don't agree with the idea of time management being put up as something that you should have to consider like this, but it was something, and he doesn't even get to challenge Clayton Echard. What he says, he says. It's fascinating, huh?
State your name to the court.
Clayton Echard.
Did you participate and sign the pretrial statement that we provided to Judge Monta?
Yes.
Are those statements true and accurate?
Yes.
Are we asking the court, in light of our very limited time today, to consider our pretrial statement as part of your testimony today?
Yes.
How did you meet Laura?
Laura targeted me on LinkedIn. She asked to do real estate. We ended up exchanging contact info. She became flirtatious, sent me a provocative photo. I told her to come over, and then we saw homes the next day.
Did you have sex with Laura?
Absolutely not. I've said time and time again, she performed oral on me twice. That's it.
Have you heard two other versions about what happened?
Absolutely. Many versions. She's claimed that she was raped by me. She also claims I was too high to remember what happened that day.
I'm going to repeat what you just said. She claimed she was raped by you and that you were too high to remember.
That's correct.
Were you too high to remember?
Well, that's incorrect. I remember every single thing from that night.
Did you rape her?
I did not.
Isn't it horrible, again, that he has to be asked that question? I mean, she is potentially taken something that could turn him into a predator and ruin his life. Something that was not part of this at first, but it becomes part of it. When she finds, oh, wait a minute, there was no penetrative sex. He's saying, well, so she's like, well, you don't really remember that happened, but.
You stated that she gave you oral sex twice that evening. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where did you complete?
Her mouth both times.
What happened the second time?
She ran straight to the bathroom.
Were your fluids ever down there, as Laura has claimed?
No.
What happened the next days?
The next day, we went and saw houses. I told her that I crossed a professional boundary. I told her that was a one-time thing. It would not happen again. She became very agitated at that point, was crying, and asked for me to give her a chance.
But hang on for a second. Came over to your house. She gave you oral sex twice. The next day, you told her you weren't interested in her?
That's correct. I rejected her, yes.
And then 4 days later, what happened?
4 days later, she started making claims that she could possibly be pregnant.
But hang on. Did your penis ever go inside her accidentally, inadvertently, or anything like that?
No.
You're a public figure. You're the Bachelor. That's why everyone's watching today. Are you embarrassed to say who you've had sex with, Clayton?
I think I'm the last person to lie about who I've been with.
Were you?
That's actually a good statement too. You know, he's like, well, as the Bachelor, you know, I might regret something. That's not what he's saying, but he's not going to have to lie and try to conceal that. You know, he's not another type of public figure. Yeah, we're not talking about a presidential candidate here or something. You know, we're talking about a guy that was linked to The Bachelor, and he's talked about that. He's talked about choices and really about poor choices. You know, he's talked about reasons that he's, you know, that he thinks he's made those, about self-confidence, mental health, and other things. But I do find that to be, it's a really good line of questioning. Because what would be in it for Clayton Echard to deny having sex with this woman? Again, you know, he had sex. He's been open about it, as in oral sex. I'll clarify that. But what would be in it for him to lie? I mean, again, he's not denying. There is no pregnancy. It's all been out there. If he had sex with her and you found out that the pregnancy wasn't there, he wasn't the father, then bam. It's just an object lesson on, you know, making better choices and, you know, and on safety as well. So, like I said, I think that's actually a fabulous question there.
Did you have penile vaginal sex whatsoever?
No, absolutely not.
Has that been your story since day one?
My story's been consistent since day one.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 3. Put that up on the screen. Thanks, Isabel. Did Laura start communicating with you more after she said she thought she was pregnant at 4 days?
Yes, nonstop. She sent me over 500 emails and text messages, 13 different phone numbers.
13 phone numbers?
Phone numbers.
How many messages?
Over 500.
Exhibit 3, is that a sample of those texts and emails that were shown to Judge Gail Ketzis?
So you got that there. Again, drink that in. Over 500 messages, 13 different numbers to communicate with. I mean, holy crap. So you can see why this guy, he might be like, yeah, maybe I don't want anything to do with this person. Maybe he'd have an extreme reaction to stay the fuck away from me, because this is insanity here. I mean, it's absolute insanity. If a man did this, you would be a stalker. 100%. We wouldn't be talking about poor you, mental health, go get some treatment. We'd be talking about a fucking stalker. It's just amazing how when we flip that script there, we won't use the same kind of judgment. We'll come up with excuses. It's not even under the law, and it needs to be. And hopefully this judge looks at the weight of this evidence, because there is so much of it, and makes the right decision.
In the injunction against harassment hearing
Holy
from
crap.
November 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 3, and Judge, you already took notice because you watched the videos.
I assume no objection.
No objection.
E3 is received.
At some point, did she start calling your mom, who's in the courtroom?
She started reaching out to my parents. She started reaching out to my work organizations. She started reaching out to people, women that I talked to in the past. She went for everybody.
Was she claiming anything in particular?
She was claiming that I was, a deadbeat that's not supporting her through her pregnancy.
Well, hang on. It was more than that, Clayton. It was a deadbeat who was not supporting her through her pregnancy of what?
With twins.
Twins.
Yes.
Did she reach out to the Sun magazine?
She did, yes.
Did she ever tell you what genders the imagined twins were?
Boy and a girl.
Did she ever tell you, drawing your attention to some motions Laura filed, and for purposes of attorney's fees, she filed a motion to communicate on August 8th, a motion to compel communication on August 23rd, and August 29th, a few days later, an expedited motion to communicate, and then shortly thereafter, she filed an order of protection, correct?
Yes,
And you're aware that she's filed orders of protection against two other individuals seated in the back of the courtroom, correct?
that's correct, yes.
They are on the left.
Yes. Well, my right, but yes, or left.
Thank you. Greg Gillespie and
Michael Mancini.
I want to look at exhibit number 7, Clayton.
I mean, you're getting slammed with information through here, too. So he talks about it. Again, who's this information been presented to? What exactly is being presented? What she's saying? What was the specific narrative? The specific narrative was pregnant with twins. Has this ever happened before? Yes. Who has that happened to? Those people over there. I mean, again, look at how much is packed into this. It just flies through.
Is that a true and accurate copy of email communication between you and Laura from July 1st, 2023?
Absolutely, yes.
You received it
Yes.
and she sent it? You
Yes.
heard her testify with Ms. Arena from my office, or excuse me, with Mr. Gingras, denying that emails exchanged were from her. She seems to be blaming, I guess, Greg Gillespie for faking her emails. You remember her testimony?
Yes, yes, she said that, but nothing she says is true.
She's actually sent you emails with videos attached to them, and you've responded back to them,
That's
correct?
correct, yes.
All right. Specifically, exhibit number 7. I think you stated that it was a true and accurate copy. I think the caption, I'm going to try to read it on the caption at the top. I think it says, "The final opportunity to consider abortion." You remember getting this from Laura?
Yes.
Move to amid exhibit 7.
Yeah, no objection, Your Honor.
7's received.
Further down in that email, Clayton, and this will get awkward, but further down in that email from July 1st, which was weeks after the alleged encounter, Laura references her tight vagina. Why is that both uncomfortable and relevant to court?
Because she's stating that if I would have felt how tight her vagina was, I might change my mind, which is her stating that I never penetrated her. We never had penetrative sex.
Wait, the exhibit that the court just...
That is a monster statement there. Her own words. Again, this is one element that does not get brought up enough in this conversation. It gets brought up, but it's also, it's tactless in its own way. It's gross. I mean, if this is supposed to lure a guy in, yuck. Double yuck. Hashtag yikes. You know what I mean? But, I mean, again, this is her own statement saying that the guy that she accused of being an arpist, she's trying to entice him, saying, well, if you'd only gone there then.
Has Laura saying that her vagina was tight as if you hadn't been in there before?
That is correct.
Well, had you been in there before?
I had not, no.
All right. She also sent you communications in exhibit number 7 talking about wanting to have sex with you during a trial week. What was that about?
Yeah. She said that she would be the safest person to have sex with her since she was already pregnant.
Hang on for a second. She told you she wanted to have sex with you because she was already pregnant?
That's correct.
How did you feel when you read that email, Clayton?
I mean, sick. My stomach, all of this has made me sick.
Did you feel like she was trying to trap you?
Yeah, that's something else that it doesn't come up in this enough either. Like the impact. Again, people talk about Laura's mental health. What about his? What about the impact that this has had on his life, his mental well-being, everything? Like, that's amounted to a hill of beans when people are fucking talked about, this case. The mental health question, anyway, should only be determining whether she understands right from wrong. That in a legal aspect, that's where you should be looking. But the real victim in this, when we're talking about all of it, gets overshadowed. It's sad when a victim has to be like, I just want to move on. Like there has to be a correct answer to it, or else. I mean, again, all the people that have been victims in this, look at how they have to respond so they don't get treated like absolute dog shit.
Absolutely.
You heard the testimony with Dr. Medshow concerned that Laura was on IVF medication trying to get pregnant. Is that consistent with those concerns?
Yeah, I believe that she was taking medications.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 6. And let me restate that question. You heard my question to Dr. Medchill about IVF medications, which are used to cause pregnancy, and you share concerns that she was using those to trap you. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Exhibit number 6, Isabel. Exhibit number 6 is another email dated June 28th, 2023. Is that a true and accurate copy of the correspondence between you and Laura?
Yes.
You remember reading this?
I remember reading.
You remember reading it on June 28th-ish when you received it?
I do, yes.
And the title of this, can you read the title of this out loud for the court?
Having the baby if I don't hear back tonight.
Having the baby if I don't hear back tonight. Move to admit exhibit 6.
It's wild.
Any objection?
No objection.
This is received.
Thank you. I'm going to show you exhibit 11. Did Laura send you ultrasounds during this time period?
Yes, she did.
Is exhibit 11 an image of an ultrasound you received from Laura?
Yes.
She's going to claim that she didn't send this to you, but how do you know this came from Laura?
Because I was interacting with her from that same email address. I also took a screen record showing that it was from her email address, and that's where all my other communications have come from her.
Real quick, so on exhibit number 11.
So there, with the message that she says was faked, that Greg Gillespie came in, she's quite literally saying that he hacked my email, got into this correspondence, which she admits that she was having, but sent specific items during that correspondence. These certain damning things, those items, those are the ones that she doesn't acknowledge. Those are hacking, but the rest of it, it's all good to go. I mean, you realize how baffling and fucked up that is, too. On top of it, again, the threat. We've seen that before. If you don't respond to me by X date, if you don't go and take me as don't get this contract and make me a +1 at this certain wedding, I'm going to have the baby. I'm going to do it. You will respond to me right now or else. I mean, it's crazy. And again, all of the way that Laura has framed this is that she's not concerned about self. She was concerned about the child. Again, wow. Hashtag yikes.
Evan, this one says, the caption on it says, ultrasound video proof, correct?
That's correct.
And the signature block on there in the picture is the exact same signature block and picture from the other email, which is also not favorable to Laura, which she claims is not hers, correct?
So that's
Move
right.
to admit exhibit 11.
Any objection?
No objection.
He's
On
fine.
exhibit 11, well, do you know where the video came from on exhibit number 11?
Yeah, from a YouTube video from 7 years ago.
YouTube video from 7 years ago? On that, this is the one that says smile, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one says GE.
No, this one's a different one, yes.
Okay, because how many are there? How many ultrasounds have you seen?
3.
Okay. This one, I think on the caption says, and here's my 100 million% real ultrasound.
Yeah, a lot of. Yeah,
You remember, I don't know if my math is right on that. Do you remember receiving that?
that's received before, yes.
Court already admitted it. I'm going to show you exhibit number 28.
So again, this ultrasound that is years old, she claims, oh, no, never did this, never sending anything like that. Yeah, whatever the percentage is, again, though, she's saying this is my undeniably real ultrasound, the one that you can link up with YouTube, the one that was, he tried to present in a protective order to say that she's lying. But remember, the judge in that, Judge Duty, was like, I'll take your word for it. Talking about Laura Owens.
You recall receiving this ultrasound?
Yes, I saw this from Bonnie Platter.
Okay, I'm going to be real clear about this. Miss Owens just testified that she did not use this ultrasound in a court proceeding, but it was actually admitted as an exhibit by Laura through her counsel at the February 2nd, 2024 deposition of you, correct?
Correct.
All right, that video deposition of you, have you seen that recently?
Yes, I have.
Where did you see the video deposition of yourself, Clayton?
It was posted on YouTube by either her counsel or herself.
Wait,
But-
Laura or her counsel posted your video deposition on
That's correct.
Yes, that is very correct, actually. He took to YouTube, to his channel, and utilized that to post Clayton Echard's his deposition. And in that, they end up, that deposition, it links back to items that they want to flush away. Again, Gingras is the worst fucking thing that you could have ever added to a case, that it was already a calamity. But this guy is a colossal fuck up. He is. I mean, he has tried again. Maybe he's good at intimidating people and threatening them and maybe making people's lives miserable. But what he hasn't been good at is actually bailing his client out of this hole that she's dug. Because if he was good at that, what he would have been is, hey, maybe you need to figure out how to just quietly make this thing go away. Because it's just going to get bigger and bigger. Instead, just in a few weeks, not been here since go, but in a few weeks, he has managed to motivate so many people that were directly connected to her to put out information into the public sphere that has been damaging to her, to put out narratives that have locked her into items that she cannot escape. That is all him. And really, by extension, that's her. Because ultimately, the only person to blame is her, but that tool that she brought in to try to help with that, no.
Right.
How many paternity tests did you take, Clayton?
3.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 36. You know what? I'm going to skip past that. That was the Dr. Medkill's. I'll skip past that. Well, you know what? Real quickly, how many versions of the HCG test have you seen?
2, I believe. Yeah, the 102 and 100.
One with more digits
yes,
on it?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you exhibit number 46. Would you agree that exhibit number 46 for attorney's fees is a blog from Mr. Gingras where he acknowledges his client faked some of the science tests?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to show you.
See, Gingras himself, he admitted that in blogs. Yes. Oh, she did fake. Whoopsie. Again, he can't stop himself. He's gone out and admitted things that he never should have put into the public.
To move this along, exhibit number 55. Exhibit number 55 was right before your March 1st deposition, or right before, Laura's March 1st deposition. Actually, did she show up at her earlier deposition?
No, she didn't.
And the court ordered her compelled to attend, and we're still waiting for the court to order on attorney's fees. Is that correct?
Correct.
But at her, right before, what happened a day or two related to exhibit 55, a day or two before your deposition?
She threatened to extort me to the tune of $1.4 million in order for me to drop the deposition and the case entirely.
Wait a minute.
$1.4 million. She tried to extort him. Like, drink that in there. That should be criminal. You should have a law enforcement added to this because we've already seen it again with Trevor Bauer. We saw extortion, blackmail. They're supposed to go in and investigate that. That should be criminally investigated.
She sent you a letter a day before trying to get out of the deposition?
Yes, she threatened me.
Threatened you with what?
Monetary means.
Is everything that we've talked about today so far, other than the YouTube videos, which are more recent, is everything addressed in prior pleadings already before Judge Mata?
Yes.
Really quickly, for attorney's fees purposes, exhibit number, well, let me get in a few exhibits real quick. Exhibit 29, 37, and 59. These are the medical records from pursuant to subpoena from doctors for Planned Parenthood, Dr. McCool, and Dr. Higgins. We moved to admit they've all been.
I'm sorry, you said 37?
Strike that, sorry. 29, 37, and 59.
Any objections?
Not to those. Did we talk about exhibit 54 yet?
Hold on 1 second. 29, 37, and what was the other one?
59.
59 are received. We'll talk about that one after counsel.
And then I'll go back. It was exhibit number 55, which is the letter that Laura sent you, suing you to sue you for $1.4 million before the deposition. Move to admit.
Now that one I'll object to. That's a Rule 408 settlement offer, Your Honor. He's offering to prove that the claim's not valid. That's absolutely inappropriate.
Judge,
Over objection, the court's going to receive it for the purposes of attorney's fees only. Counsel, you have run out of time.
See, that's crazy, though. He's like, oh, no. That's actually not a threat. That's something else totally. That's us just trying to settle here. Again, it's fucking wild, isn't it? Okay, so there's going to be, like a minute or something in statement, so
I'm out of time.
I'll throw this in. I won't interrupt the period. I'll just let it roll.
So you can go sit back down. Okay, so counsel, what exhibit were you asking me about? You said has something been moved.
54, we just cured.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so at this time, what the court's gonna do is I'll take this under advisement. What that means is I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna review the notes that I took today, I'm gonna review the evidence that was admitted to the court, and then everyone will receive my order.
Your Honor, I have one housekeeping matter. I'm leaving the country tonight. I'm not back until June 28th. If the court issues something that requires a quick response, I'm going to be on a boat and I may not have the ability to respond. So I would just ask either that you grant me some extension if I need it. I return back to the country June 28th. So just advising you.
Okay, and I'm sorry, counsel, when do you leave?
Tonight.
Okay, all right, so June 10th to the 28th, you will
Right.
be unavailable.
I should have email part of the time, but not all of it.
You can't really be held accountable for that, I understand. Anything else administrative?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, so how this will work now at this point is I have relinquished all security to court security and any underlying law enforcement that are present. They will be escorting people out in the manner that they deem to be appropriate. If there's competing orders against harassment or orders of protection, then we can take those things into consideration. And I just ask that if the people in the gallery are able, any conversations, take them out into the hall. That would be great for our other people who are here for other matters.
All right.
All right. So there you go. There you have it. I mean, it's so what do y'all think about that? I mean, when you look at it again, I thought there's so much more that could be added in, but you didn't have time to put it in. One of the tragedies to this, in my opinion, was the denial of two people, their voices in this court case. You had Greg Gillespie, Mike Maroncini. They did not have a chance to speak at all. Mike Maroncini was put through this blender, law enforcement threats and everything else, and he doesn't even have a chance to do what he's there for. You know, neither does Greg Gillespie. I mean, that, like I said, that's sad when you look at it. Such a messed up trial. Let me read some super chats to you. If you have, you know, we'll tomorrow. This has gone on a long 4 hours. It took me to go through that. You know, I don't typically like to stream for 4 hours, but I thought this was really important to go through. Tomorrow, we will go through that blog post and see exactly. Well, actually, I think let's see how tomorrow plays, because tomorrow may be something else. I don't know how tomorrow will play, but the next time we stream, we will definitely look at the blog post and see what's all there. You know, because I'm curious. I'm very curious. I'm just astounded. As many threats as we've seen, you see less threats from people that are innocent and trying to protect their names. You know, Clayton, it's fascinating to me because Clayton was not out there making threats against people if they talked about the case. He wasn't out there. You notice the Sun, for example, did not pull their coverage of Clayton Echard. Why didn't they do that? Well, it's not only a narrative thing, but they didn't think that. I mean, it would be very difficult for him to do anyway as a limited. Actually, I guess he is a public figure. I was going to say a limited purpose public figure, but he's not. He's actually a public figure. With her, though, I mean, you could argue, you know, there'd be the argument that she's a limited purpose public figure. But after TEDx and everything else, you know, after she's sought out media and she's made claims and done all of this other stuff, especially with backing, I mean, at best, she's limited purpose, but she may be a public figure too. You know, so that'll also cause you problems trying to argue. But Fallen Hero, thank you for the gifted membership there. Appreciate you. Always dear. Thank you. Toadette, thanks for the 11 there. Appreciate that. Thanks, Megan and Tug, for covering this. All the best. All the best. All the best. All the very best. Indeed. You know, well, I'm going to sit down. We'll have, I'd like to talk to a few people that are there. I'd actually like to talk to a couple of lawyers and sit down. I'd like to have a panel discussion about this entire case. I'd like to talk to lawyers that have looked through it. I wonder if Vices has checked this out yet, you know, and MS Lawless. You know, there's a few people. I need to see. all the lawyers there. I'd like to do a discussion. Mazza, thanks for the 5. We need an AI picture. Is that a Greg and Dingus sword fighting with breadsticks? That would be funny. He just has to be bigger, of course. Of course. We wouldn't want him having breadstick envy, right? Cindy, thanks for the 5 there. MM, let's talk to Omar, tilted lawyer. Might have something going in California. Omar is very interested and optimistic. Huh. That would be very interesting. I mean, again, I feel like the guy got railroaded. I read her words on it, and her words about Michael Mancini. Again, I've said this many times. If you read through what she says, she admits contacting the person that he is with, making all these crazy accusations. She's admitting to going after him, going after people around it. When the police follow up after he makes a claim, he becomes the aggressor, not the aggrieved. He's not the victim, even though her own words put her in that role. And that is a travesty. Ultimately, though, that's something that happens all too often. K-Ram, thanks for the time. Tilted Lawyer gave his thoughts directly after Lauren's stream. He feels the judge was done when Laura started crying, so Clayton probably didn't need more time. No, I would like it, to make it, you never know. I don't trust appeals courts. And that's where they plan on going. Gingras has made that very clear. He said in his statements, even if they don't win now, they'll win in the long run. Again, paraphrasing what he says. But he's planning on going the distance. So I think being able to add every single item in the courtroom. I realize that all of that stuff is documented and it's all there. But you want everything that could be reviewed right there in their face. Because some judges, they're great, and some, you just want to make sure that they don't have to work for it. Sandra, thank you for the gifted membership, by the way. It's good to see you, Sandra. Thank you. What's up, Tease T? Thank you, Tease T. I appreciate that. I also saw this comment here. Thank you for a $50 super chat, too. Thank you. You said, thank you, Tug. You're calm in the storm and you appreciate it. I get a little worked up over a lot of it works me up, but I try to be at least somewhat calm. The expert witness thing really does make me mad, though, just because I've seen this happen. There's so many trials that we've seen. And some of the worst criminals out there, these people, again, they have the ability to ruin lives. Like we talk about holding judges accountable, with certain decisions. Like if some monster ends up out there and does harm again. Well, oftentimes they're enabled by somebody that is a mouthpiece for hire. And that enabling influence, it should be checked, So I do get red, but I appreciate that. I get a little worked up on that. John, hey, what's up, John, by the way? Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Emma, thanks for the 5. The person she should sue is Dingus, not Dave. Dave reported the truth. That's the thing, though. Oftentimes, and we see this in a lot of these cases, too, it doesn't matter how bad. Again, look at the Heard thing. Like, who do they go after over and over? They don't blame their own lawyers for their fuck-ups because they're enablers. They go beyond what a lawyer is, A lawyer is your voice in the courtroom. But oftentimes, these folks, they are, they talk about their relationship with this person and everything else. And again, they're enablers. They bring in and they get rid of the people that would probably give them good advice. So yeah, should they, if they want to aim at somebody, say you made this worse for me, yeah. But then again, why'd they bring them on in the first place? But it's a good point, Emma. Douche Canoe Esquire. Thanks for the 2. I totally crushed it today. Woot woot. Hashtag amazing, right? Cunning linguist. Thanks for the 2. Female judge with kids won't buy this shit. Indeed. That's the worst thing she could have ran across. Like the female tiers and stuff. They weaponize against like a Judge Duty maybe, but she didn't seem to want to have anything with that. DCV tight, thanks for 5. Anyone think it's beyond Laura to get prank pregnancy tests that will always return a positive? I mean, when you've got somebody that's questionably a liar over and over again, I wouldn't put anything past them at all. At this point, I mean, look at, again, she changed the narrative on the stand. That's insane. And she changed the narrative that she's changed multiple times. And she changed it again because she knew. With Planned Parenthood, she knew that anonymous excuse, it was going to get roasted. She was in trouble because that expert witness was going to call it out. She knew they were smart enough to bring in somebody that was not only an expert in the field they wanted, but they brought in somebody with connection to Planned Parenthood. See, that's the thing. Here's the difference in experts. This is what I mean about hired guns versus somebody that brings something in. Okay, one of the clarifications that expert witness brought in was, how does Planned Parenthood work? You can't be anonymous and go seek services. It doesn't work like that. On the simple fact of just, you think about the liability that you would open. Like if something went wrong, you can imagine what a place would be accused of if they were allowed to call you like Patient Z and they didn't keep any records. You come back and sue them. They have to keep records of what happens. They also, just for care, that type of care, you have to have records. But I mean, just on the liability alone. Elisa, thanks for the 10 there. Thanks for the recap. I appreciate that. Thank you. Like I said, I didn't want to, typically I would have streamed today because it doesn't matter how many people are streaming. It's just Dave, Megan, and them, they went there. And you had one person go out of their way to pick up the pool. They're a small channel too. They're growing, but they are a small channel. So I didn't want to like cut into that. And like I said, Dave's not covering this. Dave has been pulled into this. So it's a bit different. That's why, and he's been on the front edge of it with any document questions. And he's actually, he takes the shit for it too. Like when they talk about wanting to sue people, they mean Dave first and foremost. They mean other people, but they mean Dave. Cutting linguist, thanks for the 2. Gringus's voice sounds like Harvey Levin. That's funny. I was kind of surprised. Like again, finding out his name is Gingras. I figured out of anything, like he didn't. Maybe that speaks a little bit on what he thinks about this too. Maybe he, with attaching his name, maybe he's like, oh, if they don't say the right name here, maybe I won't follow me forever. Simone, thanks for the month there. She's simply not credible. I hope there'll be sanctions. Yeah, for real. Heather, thanks for the 5 there. I went to school with a compulsive liar. She faked a pregnancy, passed. Baby shower is crazy. Her family put her away with good reason. Yeah, and there's this discussion about mental health reasoning. Again, she needs some help, but the damage she does, she needs to pay for. She doesn't need a slap on the wrist because the people she went after, she didn't try to get a slap. It's also, she didn't, and again, this is just adding to what you're saying, and she didn't go and just file a fake pregnancy. If people doubted her, she went after them with protective orders. She threatened them, the harm she did. She weaponized the very system that shouldn't just sanction her. She go further. Rhea Rye, thanks for the 15 months. Maybe AH, but Laura in a Netflix series. They could call it No Baby Reindeer. No Baby Reindeer. Big shout out to Dave Neal, Megan, and Lauren. Everyone who worked on this case to bring the truth out. Indeed. I think there's still a lot more that people probably haven't even found yet. And like I said, I don't expect this to quietly march away. I think it'll get crazier. Heather, thanks for 5. One of the things that really creeps me out is the dating contract. That's right. And her family being accessories to her madness. They should all be sued. Indeed. You know, the family I was torn on because I can't imagine one of my kids being like this. But after seeing, how far they've allowed things when presented, if you want to be supportive of that person, you need to support them to make the right choices. And those choices, they needed to be to get some help way before we got to the point where, again, it needs to be something else. One Rad Tech, thanks for this AH all over again. Just no poop in the bed. In many ways, it is. In many ways, people have to understand, the false allegation. I mean, there are many deadbeats and weirdos and all types of that. But on the other side, there are people that fake. There are people that if they're caught doing terrible things, they will allege that, no, you did some terrible thing. Again, that ARP claim, that just pisses me off. It absolutely does, because their own words tell you it doesn't exist. And yet, Rhea Rye, thanks for 2. Little to no DNA, 100% fecal DNA. Oh no, fecal DNA. Flux, thanks for 2 months. I'll give it the weight it deserves. AKA, I see the bullshit move on. Yeah, indeed. That's pretty much, with some of those things, that pretty much seems to be what was said there. Montana Bow Lady, thanks for the 24 months. No statement attached, but plenty of statement. 24 months, thank you. Judy, thanks for the 5. No, you're not a doctor. Does an equestrian breeder have access to injectables HCG? Like it wouldn't be difficult. I would think, these days, access, it's lorded over by money. And there's a lot of money. So you're going to open up access. And this is somebody, again, that's been accused of doing this multiple times. If they indeed had found a way, like certain medication, like, again, just throwing out a possible. What about the mental health? They talked about the mental health portion and how mental health medications could actually trigger that. Well, we know what they've had as far as some of their mental health standards. So, access, it could be much more than just that. I mean, that, sure, but it could be so many other things, too. And Travis, thanks for that. It's been a long time since Super Chatted. Hey, what's up, Travis, by the way? I hope you're doing good, man. I remember you, sharing your, what you've been through, getting to where you were, man. Appreciate you, my friend. But love you ton. Got off probation. Got married now. Oh, it says that there. Have a 1-month-old. Get my shit together. They're proud of you, dude. There, Travis is a great example. Take ownership. Get your shit together. Proud of you, brother. Proud of you. Admitting your faults and moving forward. If this person, again, if they would have pushed and gotten themselves out of it. Whew. What's up, Travis, too? Thanks for the 5 there. Have to say, new wife loves you. And we have 7 kids. Wow, dude. That's one thing. That'll keep you busy. If you've ever had any... one of the things, kids can be the most positive thing in life. My kids, they keep me on they keep my mind right. I focus a lot on them. With 7 kids, man, that's a lot of focus. So that's good, man. That's good if you need something there. You make time. One thing, Travis, you and your new wife too, make sure you make time for yourselves too, and all of that. That'll definitely, it'll help both of you be stronger. And it'll help you. It'll help And again, if you run across something, brother, you know, if you have a day, man, hit me up. It may take me a hot minute to find it, you know, but if it's something like really like emergency or something, like, hit me up, man. I try to be available. It may take me, like I said, a hot minute to get back, but try, because I appreciate what I remember you specifically, you know, and actually the other day, it's interesting, I was wondering how you were doing. So that's great, man. But kids fucking love you. I got here on the tug train during our courtship. She's going the tug direction. Oh, that's cool, man. That's great news too. I want people to succeed. Like I do, and I'm glad to hear it. I mean, that's one of the things I really appreciate about all you folks. When it comes to these horrible situations we talk about, I have so many people that share powerful testimonial, you know, and that helps. Like I burn out sometimes. You know, I'm like, man, there's so much ugly, but you know what? There's so much positive too. Like in mental health, you know, you'd every now and get one, but that burn you, you know, that burn you out too. And all of this stuff, it can burn you out. So the things that people share, those positive testimonials that you have, I can't tell you. First of all, I appreciate the fact that you trust enough and you care enough to say, look, this is something in my life that mattered. And on top of that, I mean, again, you know, positives added to this madness. Whew. All right. Well, it has been 4 freaking hours, 4.5 hours actually. Lord, I had Flashcast Saturday, which was like 3. By the way, if you enjoy what we do here, consider backing. Of course. I've been trying to do more live streams. I want to do more videos, but it's harder for me with everything with the kids these days, you know, but I love doing this stuff. So, like I said, if you enjoy it, consider backing. Check out our ThatUmbrellaGuy.com, all of that. And like I say, I appreciate it. You know, one of the things I love about what we do here is that we can cover stuff, and we have found trials that aren't just trials. They're trials, I think, when you point them out, they make a difference. And also, Travis, thanks for the 10 there. Appreciate that, man. We do. So you do use time, make time. Blah, give me a second. Let me rewind. You do make time. That's good. I was like, words. Man, some of these trials leave your brain exhausted. You know what I mean? So sometimes you're like, oh my God. What did I just watch? We do, though. Use the kids as free ranch hands. That's good, man. I was ranching them good, but brother, we click her kids, my kids, and we all in, especially since my dad may die soon. It sucks. We got to be there for mom. Man, that does suck on that. You know, having all that support helps too. You know, I mean, you know, we've mentioned this stuff too, but if you need support and stuff, make sure that you get it, you know. Grieve. Remember the positives. You know, over time, grieving's, I mean, it's natural, but remember the good time. They will replace over time. You'll remember why you grieve, and that's important too. But yeah, man, I mean, it sounds like you got a lot of free ranch work there. That's good, man. As a kid, you know, well, not as a kid, but as like a teenager, one of the things that I did was I worked on a farm with this older gentleman. His name was Mr. Grissom. I don't know I don't know his first name. You know, Southern politeness. His first name was Mr. We would build barns. We would run around, and we would make sure his fences were standing. You know, then we would work with other people with like cutting tobacco and stuff, and it was good. It taught you the value of hard work. you know, and it taught you also the value of being able to, you know, invest in community. Taught me where my food comes from. You know, that's one thing I love about Southern living. There was something today I mentioned in chat from Megan's channel. Oh yeah, drug dogs. So this is interesting. You know, there was a discussion about dogs with the police being there, you know, because they brought in bomb sniffing dogs. And one of the things as a teenager, one of my stepfathers at the time actually raised dogs that would, they could find substance, but they would find bombs and stuff. And that was fascinating to look at. You know, you take like a ball and you get a certain scent to it. You know, there's all these different scents. And you train that dog to find that thing. And man, a dog could find that thing. It's amazing what a dog could find. I found that to be, just be interesting. Anyway, let me find us a song and then I'm out of here. One thing, what was funny, you might have heard me typing. I was actually doing, one of the things I like about a video I've already seen like that, I was doing daytime work while I was, because I'm not on there, so I could listen because I already know what's happening. I know when certain things would come up, like with Gingras, so I knew when to point that out. But I was multitasking today. Oh man, positive time. But anyway, I'm gonna pull up a song and we will get out of here. I think I'm gonna do Zilla today. I love that one. Here we are.
Yeah. I like my haters like my coffee extra mad and bitter. And then lawyer all like juicer, yeah, the man's a quitter. He's strapped face up behind the platinum grill. My style faceless, just pick these mic skills. And in the street killer, I will not be denied. That I'm mic'd up, I raise my head with pride. A force of nature cruising the whip, doing walk-bys on your boulevard. Face my verbal clip. In this land of live streams, baby, I'm on the road. Got my feet on the media, scraping them up my soles. It's that umbrella guy facing the accusers. Cleated out size 14s, crushing all those losers. It's that umbrella guy, they said we couldn't make it. Never ask permission, just sense our goal and take it. The media buzzwords, they will never save you. Listen and believe it's meant to enslave you. Challenging the hypocrites and baby, I'm on fire. They flash titles like they're royalty, but it's true that I'm a journalist. Scribble nursey rhymes, one in this grill in a basket. With a tisket and a tasket and their morals in a casket. No morals in a casket. They're always pushing make believe and weaving straw to gold. But I'm sick of all the fairy tales and buying what I'm sold. Strolling into the backyard, taking truth on tour. Baby, there is sickness, and that umbrella guy's got the cure. Look, it's that umbrella guy knocking at the door. No more ministry of truth than the plot of 1984. I'm dumping all my verbal clips. The case is filled with knowledge. They're on the mic like kindergarten, and I'm taking them to college. Why the mask, baby? Cause this has to be a crime. I'll take the mic and boom, there in the chalk outline. I used to throw elbows, but now I'm dropping nukes. You wrote another hit piece.